As we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's make sure that we are, as I'm a little bit late. And I had to still finish some things off. But yeah, we seem to be up and running. A brief check. Who's up in the category as well. And yeah, let's jump in. It's in the background as well. I'm just quickly preparing, as the title says. We're gonna record the MMR video, get that in the bag as well, just to kind of clear up my brain about the things I've been kind of saving in there
Entering safe
about
area.
this, just so tomorrow when I'm at work.
Yes, we're pulling short rations again.
Shit, how does it? How's this class called? Marksman rifle. So, marksman space rifle. Yeah, let me already as well grab an description file here. Just for now. And a thumbnail file. There we go. And yeah, let's actually load up Hoot. I feel we should be going with one of the like ghillie suit stuff, right? For this. Wait, was it Sue? Which one was the one we? Was this one from the? I should have a second one of the ghillie suits. Oh, here. So actually, I kind of like the city rat a lot better than the sewer rat. It's a lot cleaner. Swap those two around. Second a nemesis. Actually, before we even start, let's double check that our stash is set up. Do what we want to do with it later. So let's make sure actually the ones that have skins already have skins equipped, because they will look cooler that way. I took the 5 weapon damage out of these. Let's set this one up as well. Looks wrong this way. White data's down here. And then Have that named. Don't have any of the other names, right? Well, Carol, technically, but yeah, none of the other ones. Yeah. Let me catch up here for a second. Hey there, Anders. Also, let's prep this to go over here. And we're just making sure everything fits. Also, actually, let me check this already. Because how does it fit here? Okay. So we can kind of just scroll between the two. And that is good. These other ones work as well, right? Yes. Okay. And let's get over to Castle, and then we'll do our intro basically, and kind of do the same thing we did for the other videos. And just premise, build. Here though, we're gonna basically talk about first shot and third shot together. Actually, I might just split it up into
local power grid compromised.
Even for this character, it's popping this up because this guy definitely has done all of that. Well, actually, I think we had seen that already before. What's the game time? It's gonna be hours until it's daytime. That's not great. Also, I don't know, catch up on, you know, sorry, killer video a while ago. Oh, yeah, the kill video went up, right? Yeah. Yeah, that one's kind of interesting. It's more just yeah, talking about the idea again. But it's one of those things that yeah, it has been around, and like if you just even think about it for a bit, you'll figure it out yourself. But kind of wanted to just yeah, put it back out there as it's not been out there for a while. Because that was always one of those things whenever killer came up, people would be like, yeah, and it activates more, just as like a trivia thing about it. But nobody used to care about killer because it wasn't, oh, I mean, it was never bad. Its old form wasn't bad either, especially solo, but just we would go for consistency quite often. I need a juice. I figured out let's we're gonna use maybe this first. Yeah. And yeah, indeed, Heartbreaker well worth messing about with. Is recommended Tiger AR build for the first time yesterday. I'm just missing the Coyote's mask. What is the fastest way to get that? Overall, just targeted masks in whatever form. So if it's on the map, for instance, or of course Countdown as one of the places. But yeah, actually, so for instance, today it is on the Pentagon, but and then the boss of Jefferson Trade Center has basically is a specific drop source for it. She's named Coyote. The mask is Coyote. It's her mask. But that is basically a 1 in 7 or a 1 in 14 with 7%. So overall, just farming targeted loot is much faster. But if masks is on Jefferson Trade Center, then the combination of the two is kind of good. But overall, you just want to, yeah, just run countdowns with targeted set to masks and also get the caches, and then maybe you get lucky from the caches, or you'll get other stuff from the caches. That might be useful too. And in the rare occasion that masks is on Jefferson, you can kind of double dip that way, because it might drop as a targeted, or it might drop as from her basically, and then that usually is kind of a good way to get it. But yeah, only if it's also mask, because if without that, it's yeah, it's basically too low of a drop rate off of the boss. Exactly, some motor wild mask. Yeah. Also a useful piece, so you have that at least if you ever want to try out Eclipse or something in the future, or triple tick best build, for instance. And as you said as well there, countdown and buying exotic boxes, but also just drop, yeah, having your target set to masks, you might get lucky. And there still being just 3 masks, it is not the hardest one to get. Also, Catharsis is not really in that pool until you have one, because you need the blueprint for it to be in your target pool, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, there's really only 2 different ones, which actually should make it pretty easy to get. Summon mask. Thing is, Summit is only really worth it in comparison loot-wise. I would do a mission over Summit, honestly. Summit solo especially is just loot-wise not per se worth it. And a 4-man, yeah, it is, but especially if it's zone or something, I would much prefer that. If mask is on a zone, you could go farm that, and if you don't want a countdown. But yeah, countdown is so much loot that it's kind of hard to ignore. Yeah, so I'm kind of staring at this, just getting my last thoughts in. Yeah, so what was the order as well here? It was M44, right? M44, M700, SRS, SR1. And there's also the order of their bases, right? Yeah. So, and then, yeah, this is... So this is with the 20% and I'm without the 20%. Okay. Yeah. Because this one's kind of a little different. So I'm exactly from Canada. Fan dropped. I mean, yeah, on like enough of them, you'll get them eventually. But yeah, that's the source to get your first one for. Is either shared or from exotic box. And from then it'll start dropping as well. At least that one does work that way. Collector and Acosta's knee pads kind of seem to like only be exotic caches still, and not even go into your pool afterwards.
Hostile control point identified.
Let's wait those few minutes here till daytime. It also is now an awkward, like, still the sun kind of getting up. In the meantime, already grab a mode to have ready. Let's go back to its caroling. Let's put Zen. Back in that other spot. As long as that's the one I use the most, always. Let's see. Thought already it was it would be. Yeah, let's wait for day to fall in. In the meantime, we'll have a little bit more of a deeper look into here. And Ada wins it. Actually, what we should copy maybe. Yeah, let's copy that over. Just to have that at the ready. So actually I'll just link it to this. Let's already make sure we have this in our Yeah, I'll just link to this. Enemy armor and health amounts. Does that actually work without death? Got it as a, I don't know. It's only as a pub HTML. But let's maybe copy this already over. So it's a 238. Just have it here. So 3.8. 6.36. And 9.89. And 19.7. Oh, well, 19.8 maybe. 19.79. Actually, no, we have 2 digits here as well. 19.79. So this is, so maybe I should pull this one down. H plus A combined. And now we just do red. Solo. Heroic. So red. Purple. Oh well. Let's do, yeah, now let's just do purple. That's delete up there. What did they even type there? And now let's go with veteran. Veteran slash purple. Actually, yeah, let's do that. It's yellow. Slash red. And then named. Slash named. Let's just make this a thing by itself. Let's have in the middle. Also have everything be 11, maybe. And let's also copy this over to here, just so we have it here as well. Okay. Yeah, let me catch up here for a sec. And yeah, it looks to be daytime as well in the game, which is good. And yeah, the wins there. It's on heroic, or will challenging also work? The drop rate is different per difficulty. So it's 7% on heroic. It's like 5%, I think, on challenging. You can always let me pull this up. I'll put it in the chat as well. You can always go to this one and then here the exotic and item location tab. I'll put it in both chats. And then actually, so is it 5? I think it's 531, right? It's 1357 basically for now. All these. Yeah, Coyote. Yeah, so it's 5% on challenging. So 1 in 20. And it's not a quick mission, so it ends up being just faster just to just to go and farm countdown, honestly. We should list the same key for each amount slot for transfer. No, yeah. Although you can actually, right? I mean, you can, because it's
detected.
Like the thing is like in the first, well, in the photo thing you can't, but yeah, no, your emotes actually up to 6. Isn't there 7 slots? Or is this only 6? Or actually even 8. Actually, right? Yeah, no, 8. Because it's 9 boxes with the middle one missing, so 8. Oh, actually, I wasn't showing it, but in key mapping, at least for the first 6, you can put an emote button. But I only put that one in the first slot always just because in the camera you can also change actually which emote slot plays, but it's faster to alter the emote than to alter the than to alter it here in the camera mode, where we just are. Actually, yeah, let's get set up for ourselves for doing. Because here, yeah, you can choose the emote that is selected to be the one to play, basically. And a little bit of exposure. Let's zoom around a little. Reading herder rules. I don't hate the white death being like towering like that. Just because of the fisheye effect. Yeah, let me okay, catch up here. Did once on heroic, never to content if it doesn't work. Yeah, the thing you can use it for is exactly that. Like if you kind of like get bored of countdown, yeah, just go do that. But also go do the mission. Like I think, yeah, what was it on Pentagon or something? Like whatever missions it's on. You can also go do that, or just summit as well. And just to not do the same thing over and over again. That's usually how I like farm as well. It's just a little bit of countdown and then a lot of bit of other stuff as well. Yeah, let's actually grab some of this chocolate that I have here because it might actually help with keeping my mouth a little bit from going raspy, as we've had an issue with that with a bunch of recent videos. Oh yeah, actually, Anos brings up a good one as well. Doing priority objectives, you basically get the same randomness as exotic caches as another option as well. But with it being full random on that one, yeah, targeting for it is overall the smarter thing to do. But yeah, if you just need some shows your band. Not much in there, sadly. Can level up the dread edicts will come to use because it's semi-auto lightning but doesn't hit hard. Hit hard at first, a bit disappointing, really. Yeah, although the Dread Edict is definitely still usable. Synchron, not so much. Those videos are kind of out of fireable. But also, actually, in this discussion, basically, with the MMRs we'll be discussing today, we're not even really going to be discussing the auto firing ones really at all. Might kind of double back for those, but also they basically have the same amount of mods and stuff, so we can just compare them. If we want the DPSs of them, it's not gonna it's gonna be that. Like there is no. Actually, yeah, that's a good point though. I should actually have this at the ready and actually explain that as well. Because there's no real difference for those between basically what would be here and if we put it on a build. And honestly, in there, the question is much more. The SVD is the really only one that can be made controllable. The others can't at all, really. So, but I think it is actually kind of usable. Yeah, let's do our intro here. Now we're kind of set up fully. Yeah, in the black camera. Actually, let's do a test recording. And good thing I did, because the hard disk definitely was not ready. We'll also need to wait for that to go away. Yeah, let's wait for Ferrer to grab the next one and then. Just waiting for her to set up. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be going into those in-depth look into the MMR table, as that has been done for quite a little bit, and we've changed it a little bit since the previous one that we had with Project Resolve. And yeah, we'll be diving into it. It will be, of course, linked down below as well. As we've gone over to calculating everything here, where with the Project Resolve one, I basically just took the in-game, I took shots in-game, basically took screenshots of those and just put the numbers over. That was perfectly fine for a quick one for that one, but here we actually then kind of created our calculator to kind of be altered to kind of, yeah, spit out, especially what we'll be looking at for today, basically, which is that the first shot, the second shot, basically, and then the cap shot. That's really what we're limiting our scope to, because the first shot and the last shot especially are the most important ones. That's also why these tables are kind of sorted by both of them. And then also we'll be looking at it as with two different builds, basically, with in this case with a chain killer plus Aroldi, and then also with the two Habsburg. There are in different tabs. They're kind of behind me, but if you need to check them for yourself, they're basically behind there. Each of them their own separate tab, and it lists up there which one it is. Why am I going into the premise already? Let's try that again. I don't need to say all that stuff yet. Like, we need to just intro it, kind of give the basics. And then in the premise is where we'll set all that up. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be having that in-depth look into the DPS tables version of the MMRs. Although, of course, for the MMRs, we're really not going to look at all at them in a DPS form. To even the point that we're kind of excluding the auto-firing ones in this. What we're going to look at especially is the headhunting capabilities of the bolt actions, all of the bolt actions, both with and without magazine. And especially we're going to be comparing them on their first shot and on their cap shot, as that is really the 2 points that we really care about, especially because handling wise and such, most of them are kind of in the same range. None of them really handles a significant amount better than anything else. So we really just use them in this form quite often. And then, yeah, as well, we're going to look at them in 2 different variants, basically, here with the Chain Killer plus Aroldi version. Then also actually tab-wise, it's at the bottom here, but we'll also be looking at the 2 Habsburg version and what the outputs are. And yeah, we've changed these pages a little bit from the last time that you may have seen them with Project Resolve, where we were just basically taking shots in game and kind of comparing those shots, or well, just copying the numbers over, inputting them here in these fields to get this data out. Yeah, that was fine for one go and actually faster than creating a calculator for it. This time around, we have actually made a calculator form basically for it, where we can input the stats of our build and it spits out what our outputs will be. And of course, I have checked against in-game to kind of see that it is actually working as intended. And yeah, it is. And this also was also the genesis of us having to go and figure out how the TAC 50 exactly had its base damage work. Because I was trying to put this in this list and it kind of didn't. And then we went on an adventure to figure that out. And yeah, everything will be timestamped down below. Everything also will be linked down below if you want to have a closer look at it for yourself, including, of course, this and such. Yeah, we'll be going as well with everything timestamp. We'll be going through the premise first, then the build. Then we'll be first discussing especially the Chainkiller RLD version. And we'll also briefly kind of discuss what the difference will be once we actually may want to upgrade to a Habsburg version 4. And then we will actually go to the range as with all of the other, God damn it. Yeah, let's try it again. First of all, I'm rambling way too much. Second of all, because I can leave that kind of stuff as well, like the TAC 50, for way later. I'm trying to do way too much, way too early. I just need the intro, the kind of the basics, and then we go. Let's wait for it to kind of have a gun again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be having that in-depth look into the MMR list that I've created, which lives in the DPS tables, but of course, for the case of MMRs, we're not going to really look at DPS for them. Much more so, we're gonna concern ourselves with their headhunting capabilities, especially if we want to use it, for instance, with Determined or just with the exotics as well, with their talents. Yeah, for that, we've changed up a little bit since the last time we did this in Project Resolve for the MMRs, where I didn't have a fully set up calculator for all of this. We were just inputting, shooting in the game, basically copying over the numbers and then just filling those in, basically. This time I have taken the time to just set up the calculator for a one-time thing. That was kind of fine and was quicker than just setting up a full calculator. But here we've swapped over to this, so that, yeah, we take just stats from in-game and we can kind of get our results here. And I've checked, of course, that it does align up. And then we'll be looking as well to two different builds, basically one with Chainkiller plus RLD Backpack with Vigilance. Then we'll be going with Habsburg plus two-piece Habsburg version with Vigilance as well. And yeah, that will be actually behind me here is they're in separate tabs. And also with this, we're kind of comparing it on a 4-piece hotshot. We have with the hotshot active and with it inactive as well for each of the builds, where we kind of have the first 3 shots and then especially as well what it happens once we start cycling, basically hotshot. And yeah, as always with these builds, with these build showcases, yeah, never mind. Maybe I should cut the intro into like 5 pieces and just yeah. The dangers of doing it a little bit. We have already done a video this afternoon, so I've kind of used up a lot of my mental juice, and we're kind of let's go again. Let's get it right. Probably as well without cutting, then I don't have to do anything for that. Yeah. Let's get ready. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be diving into MMRs in this in-depth look. It is in the series of DPS that we're kind of going here, and also in the DPS folder is where this file kind of lives. But of course, with the MMRs, we're actually not going to concern ourselves much with DPS. That doesn't really make sense the way that we use them. We're much more concerned about their headhunting capabilities, and that is what this is set up for. In stark difference to the previous one, where with Project Resolve, where we had one of these lists as well, I basically had shots taken in-game, taking screenshots of those and just bringing it over and just inputting them. For a one-time thing, that was kind of fine. Here, we've actually set up a fully working calculator for Headhunter, getting ourselves the first shot, that's the second shot, and then the cap shot, usually as well with hot shot here. The third shot will be the cap shot, but sometimes with other builds, especially without perfect Headhunter, and not any other big bonuses, you might not actually, you might not reach the cap shot as the third shot. And yeah, we're kind of comparing, especially here, all of the bolt action weapons. We're not really looking at the auto-firing tree that exists in MMRs now as well. Mostly because those, we can just compare them on their DPS, and we'll be using them much more as well in a DPS sense than we would, for instance, with these. And then here as well, we'll be comparing two different build setups. One is going to be a Chainkiller Araldi with Araldi backpack and then Vigilance. And then the other one is going to be two-piece Habsburg version. They are in separate tabs here, just at the bottom with spreadsheets. They're at the bottom. So yeah, we're going to jump around between those. As with always with these in-depth looks, everything's going to be timestamped, so you can jump around as you wish. And then as well, everything will be linked down in the description as well, including the main folder that all of these tables live in, and then also this table specifically. Let's go get started with our premise, and then we'll go into the build, and then we'll start looking into the Chainkiller Araldi version first, then the Habsburg version. Then as well, we'll have at the end, as always with these in-depth looks into weapon types, we'll go to my stash and we'll kind of go weapon by weapon, and kind of I will give my final thoughts, basically my conclusions based upon these numbers on those weapons. And that might also be the point you may want to jump to if you kind of aren't interested in the full story but just want more the conclusion of it. That will be basically in that MMR review, so you can hop over to that timestamp. So yeah, let's go get started with our premise. There we go. That wasn't that hard, right? Just don't ramble. I got everything in that I wanted. 250, that's fine. Let me catch up here for instance a second as well. And I did that prompt, and thanks so much for keeping that sub going, as always, much appreciated. Oh yeah, thanks for putting in some funds for us to splurge on cosmetics, as we always do. Very good to see you, and yeah,
Hostile control point identified.
We'll see how crunchy these numbers are. We might have a nice breakfast with them. Yeah, let's actually set up here. Oh yeah, and we need to talk about not having crit chance. Need to not forget. Need to remember, which is, not forget. Yeah. Actually, is this the scene? Yeah. Where's the circle here? Yeah, I'll set that there already. And as always, to kind of set our scope and premise here, we are kind of going for one, well, actually two builds then here, but very specifically set up, and also with a specific set of weapons, although only the bolt actions, as we kind of discussed. We're leaving out the auto-firing ones, mostly because they, if we were to just look at the burst and sustain tables as we have them, their burst and sustain tables are kind of accurate. All of them as well. They don't have any differences per se in their modding, except that the SVD takes a different Big Mag than the SOCOM and the G28. But we can kind of go off of this, and honestly, we can kind of be brief about them as well. The SVD is really the only one we can make accurate enough and kind of handleable enough out of these to be marginally usable, with, and by extension a little bit the Dread Edict. But honestly, they're not great usable tools in any real way, the auto MMRs. But the bolt actions very much are, and then especially as well for headhunting. And then that's what we're limiting it as well here too. We're kind of going for that first shot, second shot, and cap shot calculation. Here then we have basically two sets of we have this set of tables where the first one is sorted by this first shot, the second one is sorted by this by the cap shot, but then below it as well we have a second set basically, and the difference between them is because the build we'll be using has hot shot. This second set is basically the first three shots of hot shot, and then also actually the hot shot amp being active on the second shot. So basically, really from standstill is how we can kind of look at it for this one. And that, of course, yeah, kind of does lower our first shot, especially as well, and our cap shot quite a bit in comparison to what the top one is, and that is having the 20% from hot shot basically continuously active. So you're basically in that cycling mode where it's just continuously giving you all three bonuses with each shot. The thing with determined is that yeah, we can kind of actually get this, so it is actually meaningful to kind of have both of the metrics. Then as well, build-wise, we're taking a specific build here as well. Chainkiller plus Araldi. We could have gone Chainkiller plus Gift. The differences between those two is very marginal. I know there's always a lot of debate between the two. The Gift version or going, the headshot bonus version would give you a better first shot by basically around 1%, and then you would lose on the cap by about 1%. The thing is, it doesn't meaningfully change the build, as we'll kind of discuss as well once we get to the first shots discussion. It doesn't get you into a new, it doesn't open up any possibilities between the two. Now, of course, the gift does give you vigilance back 1 second faster, but especially for the build pictures that I have, I'm going with the Araldi one because that's usually easy, just as easy to get as at least not having the named version, because if you put a named version in there, people feel like that's the one that you have to kind of get. And the difference between them is kind of minimal. And I'm kind of going more for the cap than instead of for the first shot. And then as well here, we're putting everything here on grade 27 specifically. So we are kind of, maxing out our output. But of course, you could copy this over to your own Google Drive and kind of play around with some of the numbers. We're leaving out basically fully crit chance. Technically, some crit chance could happen because at the very least, if your watch is maxed out, you have 10 crit chance going, and then you have 45 crit damage. So here and there, you would get a little bit of a buffed shot that way, basically. But we're just leaving that out fully. We're not even kind of taking an average or something of it. Mostly just to keep these numbers kind of testable, because if we were to average this out and kind of feed it back kind of DPS wise in a DPS way, we wouldn't really be able to kind of use these as testing numbers, because the thing is as well, these numbers will kind of match directly with what is happening in game, so we can check against that as well. We're keeping headshot, of course, here at 100% with determined. We're kind of going that route. We don't have any DTA, really. We're setting up the hot shot bonuses correctly for each of the of the tables, of course, that we're kind of going for. For the one that is active, it is at that 20% for all of the shots. On the other one, it is only built into the second shot, basically, to have actually the hot shot bonus, because you would still have it there. Your first shot isn't bonused with damage with hot shot, but your second shot is. So yeah, we're kind of doing that way. And then as well, one of the things that this calculator isn't per se built for is actually having DTA or DTH in there still, because they kind of, the way that they interact with the enemies and kind of how much with the saved amount is, we're just leaving them out and not even considering them at all. I don't want to deal with it. If you want to deal with it, you would have to need to alter this calculator a little bit if you wanted to input some of that. And then, the detox, of course, and such. And then weapon talent-wise, we're kind of going with determined. That is kind of the thing here. And then as well, we could, of course, add in other amps. For instance, Ranger is a good option. Optimist is also a decent option, because it will also feed into how much your cap shot is for worth and stuff. We're kind of leaving that out of here as well. And then we're basically have this, and then we're repeating it once more with the Habsburg version, which kind of looks exactly the same, but has kind of a different numbers here. Let's go look at especially the first build that we're kind of going to go look at and go from there. That was a little rambly. 6 minutes. A little long for the premise, but it's kind of fine. I'm good with it. And hey there, Scotty Mac. And thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. So give you a shout out there. And I hope you had a good stream. And yeah, welcome in, raiders. Over here, I'm recording some stuff for an upcoming video. So that's what we're kind of doing here. Let me actually set up having the build picture up. Also, actually, what I should do is just put this here, just so I can find it more easily. So yeah, we have that one, and then we have 5 point something. Yeah. Does it actually align correctly here? Yeah. Let's have that up. Yeah. And build buys, what we're using is to make that abundantly clear. It's just, yeah, the 4-piece hotshot version, going for that hotshot buffs and such as well. There's, of course, many ways you can kind of set this up. We kind of discussed going gift, for instance, instead of this. Honestly, the difference between them is minimal and kind of more just, yeah, you could lean one way or the other. I lean on both are good, and the difference between them isn't enough to make any steps or that it might cost you something too much, because, yeah, the gift or just a Providence piece with the headshot damage as the bonus with Vigilance would get you a higher first shot and second shot by extension, and then the Araldi would get you much higher cap, although, well, not much higher. It is a little bit higher cap. To me, it is basically an academic difference and not really a practical one. And then, yeah, 4-piece of hotshot. We could, of course, for instance, also go like with the 3-piece hotshot and then Fox's Prayer. I much prefer having the 4th-piece hotshot as well, even though that complicates it for us here. We need to kind of split it into 2 tables there. I'd rather do that and kind of have numbers that kind of fit the playstyle that I have, because I do really like the bonuses that it provides: the reloading, the healing, the bonus armor, and then also as well it's bonus damage, of course. And then, as we saw, it is basically with White Deaths, which I've kind of returned as the main weapon to kind of use. That is also the takeaway from all this, is definitely the White Death is the top weapon overall again to pick. And yeah, I'm kind of starting to put some back as well. As for instance, you can see here, this one isn't optimized fully yet, as yeah, all 4 characters of mine are getting White Deaths again. Of course, there though, we're going calculating with a grade 27. On second account, I actually do have a grade 27 to kind of check against there as well. So yeah, this is the style that we'll be going for. If we go to its build picture as well, this is on the build collection as 1.01, the very first build of the collection. Its stat block is coming from there, and also what we would see here is that actually the numbers that we have here with grade 25 though, if we were to set the list to grade 25, we would actually have matching numbers with here. So that is the way to also test it. Like an calculator isn't worth its salt unless we actually get matching numbers with the game. The game is always the place we have to check against. And yeah, as we have here the gift as an option to kind of replace the Araldi backpack if we were to choose to go that route. And then the other build that we'll be discussing is the infamous double Habsburg. This is, of course, having 2 super unicorns. This is much harder of a build to get together, but actually it does get us over a threshold, as we'll kind of see when we go through it, as this will allow, when we have the bonus of hotshot going as well with the Habsburg, with the grade 25 White Death, to start on an elite, which is the big bonus that this provides you. You can, at that point, kind of starting with an elite if it's your second shot, or if you're in the mode where hot shot is already cycling. And then yeah, the Habsburg one is just overall just better, but also just so much harder to get. As yeah, we need to recore blue core versions of these Habsburg pieces. You could just have the headshot there and then not have the weapon handling, but giving up 2 weapon handlings as well will kind of cost you a little bit of comfort with the build. But then of course, yeah, the bonuses of this is basically much higher. We are giving up perfect headhunter, but that's not really an issue because we don't really care much about the second shot, which really this comes into play in that, because the first shot and the cap shot is actually going to be higher for both in both versions for this for the Habsburg version. So yeah, that's the 2 builds we'll be looking at. Let's go get started actually looking at what the Chain Killer Araldi actually kind of hits for. Yeah, that's 4 minutes. That's fine. Let's put that away.
Hostile control point nearby.
Shut up, Ed. Let's keep that open for now. Let's have this at the ready though as well. Yeah. I'll say there, Randy. Missed that a little bit earlier. Yeah. Let's zoom in already. And yeah, let's finally, after all that preamble, start actually looking and comparing weapons, kind of. As we kind of discussed, we have these 2 tables, one of them sorted by the cap shot, one of them sorted by the first shot. Here as well, actually, before we actually start, a little bit more preamble, as I kind of forgot about this. But here are the numbers basically for a solo heroic enemy with their health and armor combined. Well, at least for the ones that have armor as well. And how much they have for an assaulter. So some enemy types, of course, have less health and armor, like rushers and snipers. Some have more, like LMGs. But yeah, for just the general assault, and the grenadiers as well are kind of usually the throwers, are usually just a tiny bit more than this, but not a significant amount like the LMGs are. And yeah, we're taking these as I'll link that in as well. We're taking these from this very old sheet, but still very relevant sheet, which is the health pools, the health and armor pools of enemies with different difficulties, and the different scalings as well for how many players there are. We'll be concerning ourselves mostly with solo, but of course, yes, a lot of people use the hotshot as well in group settings and such. And of course, as well, we're leaving out kind of modifiers completely because they will change every season, and I kind of wanted this to be a holistic look at it. But of course, with the modifiers, we can get much higher numbers even off of the first shots, making it even viable in 4-man legendary. But yeah, let's go back to our list here, and it is important to kind of think about these numbers because these are all basically thresholds for us. If we can go over killing a veteran here with 1 shot, that means that we can just drop him, and then we don't have to, for instance, put multiple shots into an enemy. For instance, here, if we kind of look at what we had there with the White Death as well, although going back to the Chain Killer version, as we weren't on the Chain Killer version there. Yeah, fuck, I was on the wrong version. Kind of caught it there too late. Fuck it. Let's redo that. It was kind of rambly anyway. Also, I went like no more preamble and then preamble. Actually, yeah, we could have this discussion and then have this. Yeah, let's do that. Let's kind of get into the meats of it before we continue on with some veggies. Yeah, let's drop that one first of all though. And let's start getting into it here. first of all, we are as well, as always with these, not kind of putting the 100% mark where we have it here, for instance, what it's sorted by. Here, we're sorting actually by the White Death, and that's mostly because the three above it, the Mantis, the TAC 50, and the Nemesis, have much higher hits, basically. They would squish down all of the numbers here below, making it somewhat harder to kind of see between them in a way. So yeah, we're kind of putting the 100% mark here and kind of letting other things like the Nemesis go way above it. Same for the TAC 50, of course. Here, compared on their first shot potential, we see that actually the talents and such, for instance, for the Mantis, will push them, even though their base is, for instance, here lower than the White Death, it pushes them a little bit higher. That's also the reason why the White Death overall will be one of the better picks, and that is because, of course, comes with more headshots on it. It basically has that be its named thing, where it has a little bit more headshot. And that's also why, for instance, if we actually just look at it from like just looking at the base, which is a thing that we usually can kind of do for the purposes of Headhunter, especially. The Model 700 would appear to have a higher base, and it does. It does have a little bit higher base, but then of course the White Death has more headshot, and when we kind of calculate that headshot in, going from this 311 to this 337, we see that actually, even with usually the cap not being much more dependent on the base damage, especially of the weapon, and then weapon damage as the stat, especially because those go as most into that in comparison to, for instance, headshot or such. But we still see that actually the White Death here is on the first shot higher than the Model 700, just because of its extra headshot amount of its bonus, basically. And then even on the cap shot, it is still higher. The Model 700 here and there might actually jump over it, as we'll kind of see with the cap shot, for instance, here later on, or when we don't have hot shot activated, as we have down there. But for instance, here, even with the hotshot already kind of stacked up, it actually doesn't beat it actually ever. And then together with that, an important thing to kind of consider with these as well, and that's why you would want to have the burst and sustain tables close by as well, is that, yeah, there is magazine size differences between these, and especially as well reload differences. One that I want to kind of highlight is that actually as the base goes down, basically, the reloads actually become much more usable, especially if you kind of look at the SR1s and the Tactical 308s. They have lower bases, but then they have better reloads. But actually, the classic M44 here as well, none of them are really horrendous reloads, because basically we have those two that have a little bit better reload, and then a lot of these that are kind of 3.9, and then the Model 700 is still a very long reload as well. But of course, it gets 2 shots more, which could be used to, for instance, trigger a hot shot if it was worth it. But we kind of see here that on the Chain Killer RLD, as we have it here, basically the White Death in all modes kind of outdoes it. One of the things to also point out is that this +5 weapon damage that we have here in the magazine slot of the integral magazines. So the White Death has that basically based on the carbine M44 or classic M44 carbine. The Model 700 has that, and then also the hunting M44, where they don't have a magazine slot and they have a mod that is 5 weapon damage. And putting in that 5 weapon damage can be a choice, especially if it can kind of get you over a threshold or something, because yeah, it's just more damage. But of course, that does compete. And if we kind of go into the game and kind of look at our White Death, that does nowadays, of course, kind of compete as well against a stability mod here, and then also a reload speed mod that we could kind of go for, which are actually now, of course, much better values than they used to be, because this weapon damage didn't go up at all. So that's why both of them are there, because we could consider it with this and then also without, because if we don't per se need it, which I would say, for instance, with the table that we have there, I would say we don't per se need it because, yeah, we don't really jump any threshold here. We're still with this 9.5 versus this 9.4. This doesn't open up any real opportunities up for us. Neither actually on the first shot as without hot shot as we would have, where it's a 7.9 and a 7.8 basically. So yeah, it doesn't open up any real opportunities up for us in this setting. But that might come into play with the Habsburg in a little bit. And then, yeah, we kind of see the order of the weapons then here as well. We, of course, have the exotics, the Nemesis and the Mantis. The Mantis having a really good buff available to it, which is very strong at 50% of an amp. It does, of course, not go into the cap of Headhunter. Basically, it doesn't increase your cap also by 50% above it. But of course, it does still add into the shot there. That's why, for instance, here we see that it's 129% of basically the white death here, and then 129%. And then the cap shot is actually just 5% above it. That's because that amp actually doesn't go into Headhunter, into the Headhunter cap calculation. The Nemesis, of course, can do just Nemesis things, charging it up and getting that first shot. Even on that very first shot, if we kind of scroll down here, and we'll be kind of swapping between the two, because yeah, this is then the hot shot inactive start basically here. We're even there with a charged shot. We're starting just on 16 million right away, enough to basically kill up to an elite LMG as well. And that is very important, of course, that can be a very nice opener. Same for the TAC 50 as well. The TAC 50, of course, actually let us, trying to get it to work in this calculator, led us down a little bit of a path to trying to explore what the hell was going on with specialization weapons, which, at least for the TAC 50 and kind of the minigun, we kind of solved. The rest, still not really. Because, yeah, if we kind of just look at its base is way lower, but then it's hitting way harder. So something was up. There's a whole video on that if you want to go in depth into that. But for here, we'll just leave it at, we kind of had to solve it to kind of have these numbers add up and kind of work as they do. And yeah, the TAC 50 as well is a very good tool, of course. Sharpshooter, picking Sharpshooter together with these builds is kind of a no-brainer quite often. So yeah, going with this, going and using the specialization weapon is kind of a good way as well to open up. And that's usually how people use it, of course, as well. One thing we see with the Mantis is when it is active, it is actually starting on a pretty good shot, especially if we kind of go back down again on actual first shots. We see that the Mantis here is kind of hitting a 10 million, which is enough to start on an elite, for instance. But without, it is actually dropping down quite far. So if the enemy is targeting you, this is basically just above the amounts that we would need for a purple. Also to actually talk about what I base that upon, we have here this little list here. Although actually maybe we'll stay zoomed in for a second still. So this is for solo heroic. I just as a cheat sheet put this here for myself kind of as well. With their health and armors combined for a red, for a purple, for a yellow enemy and a named. And how much in millions basically they have. This comes directly from, and this is then for assaulters especially because of course, yes, snipers and rushers have less, LMG guys have more. It does differ from enemy types, but especially the assaulters and then grenadiers / throwers, they kind of fit this archetype kind of. They have a little bit more though, usually the grenadiers. And yeah, what we have is this very old one. I'll link it as well down below, which is although still old but still accurate because they didn't ever really alter this, which is the Division 2 level 40 NBC health pools, as it says up there, which is made long ago by somebody else. I don't actually know who to credit for this. Does it actually say? No. I was wondering if it actually had a name maybe on it. And then, yeah, we're basically taking heroic one-player solo and kind of taking these numbers from here. And yeah, they do kind of align with the game. You can kind of as well, with the range, kind of test what these numbers are, because you can set the range to all of these with the scaling, and the scaling does apply there as well. And this as well can be used to kind of look at 4-player and then even, for instance, as well for legendary enemies. But yeah, so we're just taking that as a heroic for our heroic numbers, just to compare. And basically the few thresholds that we really care about is actually this 6.36 that we kind of have here, and then as well this 9.89. Going over these, so being basically over 6.5, usually I don't remember it like this. Well, being more than 3 is enough for a red, although more than enough, basically 2.5 would be enough. But then here, the purple would be 3.6, 3.36. I generally just remember it as 6.5. And then just being under 10 million is enough for the elite. And the thing is, of course, we want to, if we have that opportunity, we want to basically start on elite if we were to be able to set that up. And honestly, in no way is the Chainkiller Araldi able to get to that point from just the White Death, for instance, because we wouldn't want a weapon swap or such. So the effect of that is that we're not going over that threshold. We're not with the Chainkiller already. That is also what actually the two-piece Habsburg has over this, where we can actually reach the point where if we're in a buffed shot of Hotshot, we can kind of see that we just barely go over an elite. And then here, we have then the other weapons kind of showing up. So yeah, the Model 700, as we saw, the White Death really kind of just outshines it as well. It is overall a faster reloader, and actually the reload of the White Death has been reduced a little bit, and it is noticeable, and kind of you can main it now, especially of course remembering that on Hotshot we have a ton of weapon handling. Then we basically have the classic M44 carbine, which is the non-White Death White Death. Basically, you wouldn't ever really want to use that. The White Death exists. It is just better. All it has is that it doesn't have that extra headshot damage that we would have. So you wouldn't really go with that. Then we have the Hunting M44. The Hunting M44 is the integral mag one. The only reason we're kind of splitting it off as well from the custom M44, because all of those actually do have the same base, these Hunting M44s. One of the reasons is that we can have put that 5 weapon damage mod in there. Going with that, we kind of separate it from the custom M44, which is a magazine one. But then also, yeah, they have different mag sizes and such, so we're kind of separating them out for that reason, even though they have the same base, these two. Because with the other ones, with the Model 700 and the SRS, we're actually combining the variants. Overall, yeah, the Carbon is much better than the Tactical, especially as well as it has a mod slot on the Tactical M700. We have a mod slot that can really only be crit chance, which is kind of useless because it's a side mount mod slot. And then on the SRS, both are very usable. The A1 is kind of better handling overall. Once we kind of pass actually the integral mag ones, I would generally just, none of these really, not the Model 700 nor the Hunting M44 has really a reason to kind of exist over the White Death, just because that named version kind of outcompetes them. With the magazine ones though, overall their reload is a little bit more consistent and faster, especially when we kind of consider the SR1 and the Tactical 308. Their reloads is much faster, and also generally they get to have more mod slots positions. So that what we get is the magazine, of course, yeah, we're just extending that usually, but we could even in there with some of these, with SRSs, for instance, having 7 rounds, we could actually stay with those 7 rounds and put nowadays a stability mag in there. Although with the increases to stability and such, one of the things was in the past we would take all stability mods on SR1 to kind of take the sway all the way out of it. What you generally do now is actually take stability on one spot and then put the rest into accuracy. If you push accuracy quite high, what stability does is actually decrease the sway. And then what accuracy does is when you're running around and stop and aim, that is the how quick it kind of snaps back, that is accuracy. Plus as well, how much flinch, if enemies are shooting at you, yeah, basically at the moment that is shooting at you, it kind of spreads. How quickly it comes back from that is also accuracy. So we can actually nowadays put just basically one stability mod and multiple accuracy mods to kind of bump up those. As well, going for instance with some reload if you maybe want to go that route, but I wouldn't per se. Thing is as well nowadays with the white death, then as well we can kind of do the same with just one stability mag. We can with one stability underbarrel, we can already make this completely swayless. Looking at the first shot numbers as well, then we kind of see that yeah, it's basically just going down, and especially if we kind of go to from standstill without the hotshot buff up. All of the weapons that we kind of have here, including the Tactical 308, clear this threshold. When Vigilance is up, clear this threshold of a purple, and none of them kind of come close at all of a threshold of an elite. So we don't really gain that much from going some of the higher weapons. So there is actually a case to be made here to go for comfort. And one of the most comfortable guns, for instance, here is also the Tactical 308. So what then kind of becomes the conclusion to maybe kind of have around this is, especially for the first shot on the Chainkiller RLD version as we have here, White Death is definitely the hardest hitter. We can go with that as our main gun and just hit as hard as possible, especially if you're also doing it with group scaling and such. This can be very useful. But even solo, the harder we hit, sometimes rogue spawns, they can take a little bit more of a beating. Sometimes you just have harder enemies around that you want to kind of deal with. So then though, if we kind of aren't going with that integral mag version, what we can go with is any basically of the bolt actions with a magazine, and kind of also layer them up with both stability and accuracy. And especially the SR1 and the Tactical 308, because we're not really gaining a threshold shot on the first part. We could go with any of those and kind of have a much more comfortable weapon, especially the SR1 and the Tactical 308. One of the things as well, once you fire, where it returns when you scope in with the Tactical 308 is basically exactly where you left it after a shot, which is kind of nice. And then overall, yeah, the Nemesis, the TAC-50, and the Mantis can be chosen as the need arises. The Nemesis, of course, really hard hitting. The TAC-50, you kind of always have it, and is a really good tool to start off with as well. And then the Mantis, especially if you're not using Determined, is one of the top picks as well. Let's go look at the cap shot as well briefly on this build, and then we'll continue on to the Habsburg. I got kind of thrown off there by, I saw like the chat going by quite quickly there. And yeah, Hater Prime, and hope you had a good stream as you came in there. You may have noticed I was in recording. We're recording this up. And yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Okay. That's it. And yeah, welcome in all. Yeah, let's briefly. So that's 17 minutes. That's kind of a little longer than I wanted it to be, but it's still kind of fine.
Hostile control point detected.
Because we kind of discussed a lot in there. Yeah. And to kind of as well jump into the cap shot before we move on to the Habsburg. Especially on this second list, of course, we're sorting by that. One of the things is that basically all of them, if we can as well keep that in range for the names, it's around 19 million, although it is around like 27-ish million, actually just a little bit above, or well, these are just a little bit above that for especially LMG guys. So for instance, when you have an Outcast LMG named, they'll have in just under what the Tactical 308 as a cap shot can do. So you're still kind of fine even with them with this. But of course, what we kind of care about the cap shot is more so as well, for instance, if we're using it in a group setting, you could kind of cross-reference this with that health list for maybe if you're wanting to use it in 4-man or even in legendary and or such to kind of get an idea how high some of these cap shots differences will be, and especially to see if any of them kind of go over a threshold that you needed to go over, because that's the thing. Usually, for instance, some of the builds that I use, hybridizing Headhunter, we kind of end up around the 20 million mark, and that might be, for instance, enough for most of the names, but then not enough for an LMG named, for instance. And yeah, that's kind of important to kind of keep in mind. But what we also kind of see is that the range from the White Death here, going all the way to the Tactical 308, is basically just a 3 million difference. There isn't that much that lives in this that would be killed by this, but wouldn't be killed by this. So you could kind of go with some of the other weapons. Them bringing a lot of the weapons kind of together, especially the magazine-based bolt action ones, kind of makes it, especially for those, in my opinion, kind of just pick whichever one you kind of like the look of. Any of them is basically on the first shot and on the cap shot pretty good. If you had a graded SR1, great, just keep using that. Grab a White Death if you're kind of maybe more in a group setting and kind of want that highest hit, or if in general you just want that highest hit. But then as well, the White Death is now kind of just fine enough, especially because of its reload being so much faster with enough weapon handling that we have on this build. The reload actually of the White Death is actually a stated 275 basically, and that's that clip reload, which is basically a 3-second reload, which is still, in comparison to ARs and stuff, pretty long, but in comparison to the old like MMRs, it's actually not that long. And then of course we have five shots to kind of create the 3-shot of the third shot bonus of hot shot and trigger a reload that way. So honestly, it's kind of hard to go like, this is the weapon to pick here. It really depends on kind of what you're doing. You can kind of use these numbers and kind of cross-reference them over, but especially as well on even without the hot shot buff active on the cap shot. So this is basically the first 3 shots we would take. Most of the weapons will still be enough, but actually even here, for instance, none of the magazine ones is above that 27 million that we would need kind of for that LMG guy. That might be, for instance, a reason to kind of go with the White Death. Here we also actually see that actually it is swapped here. The White Death is no longer the 100% point. It is actually the Model 700, but the Model 700 is a tiny bit above it. It is basically less than 50k. Yeah, less than 50k, a difference there on the cap shot. But then actually, when we look here, it is 4% behind the White Death. And this is the reason why, yeah, the Model 700 really just don't pick anymore. Even though, yeah, if we were to just look at base, you would think that would be one of the better choices. But yeah, the White Death's headshot kind of comes in and kind of puts an end to that. But then, yeah, on the cap shots here as well, we're kind of high enough that we're not really struggling to deal with most enemies. The White Death would actually, on this third shot, be able to still kill a named LMG solo. But then, for instance, actually the Tactical 308 would be below it. Although actually all the magazine-based ones would be the custom M44 is the highest base damage of those. And yeah, even that is not reaching that 27 million cap. But actually, it might be a little bit below 27 million, so this might actually be able to reach there. Yeah, let's take it now from this to the Habsburg version as we swap tables, and just a lot of numbers change there. But yeah, let's go have a look at this. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second as well. I need the hard metal. I need Jerry as well. And yeah, welcome in raiders and such. And yeah, we're gonna finish up this MMR video just quickly before we go do some things. Let's actually see what the combine time is so far. 36. Yeah. It's already way longer than I want it to be at this point, but kind of got rambly in the middle there. Kind of lost my train of thought. That was a paradise for you. The thing is, like, alongside of theory crafting, although actually, I might try out Path of Exile too a little bit. So I found out it has WASD control, because honestly, I was kind of done with ARPGs just for like controlling both movement and direction with the same tool was a dumb thing always to me. Even in Diablo 2. But yeah, I need to like the game as well, is the thing. And ARPGs haven't been my thing for a while. But I might actually mess around with Path of Exile 2 just because they have WASD movement now. Yeah. Let's go with the... And yeah, here we have swapped our tabs over, and we're now on the two-piece Habsburg version. And of course, the two-piece Habsburg version overall is just better, but it's also so much harder to get. That's also why even on main account, where I was showing that build, I don't actually have... I do have actually, well, two chain or as a replacement for the chain killer already. I do have two-piece Habsburg, but they are headshot and then just something else, headshot crit chance, I believe, with the right talents, vigilance and headhunter. But I don't actually have the two-piece Habsburg. I have that only on my second account, and also to kind of give how hard that is to get together. Overall, for me, it costs around 18k watch points. Which on that account was kind of like 3 watch alts worth, and also a bunch of time just sitting there buying from the vendors, deconstructing that, crafting from those crafted crafting components, hoping to get lucky, and then, just cycling that. And that took a while of time. And of course, as well, getting those watch alts together. All that to say, it is a better version of the build. If it's worth it is a separate discussion. Because, if you don't have the resources to put into that and try to get that two-piece Habsburg, the other one is just fine. But there is one thing that we kind of gain here. As we were talking about elites, 9.89. Here, the white death, plus that 5 weapon damage mod. If we have hot shot on the second shot, or if we have hot shot kind of cycling already, we clear that threshold. We go to 9.979. And this is what the thing that the Habsburg kind of gains over the Chainkiller Araldi. We just barely can clear that if we kind of set up correctly, and especially with Determined, as is with here, we clear that threshold. We would need that 5 weapon damage mod in here. That's also the reason why on the Habsburg version, I specifically go out of my way to have that 5 weapon damage mod in there, because actually without it, even if we were in that second shot, we're just below it, basically. So we need that 5 weapon damage mod here. So if you're kind of running a two-piece Habsburg as well, like me, make sure, grab a white death, put that 5 weapon damage mod in there. If you are in the right circumstances, the second shot of hot shot, or the fourth or the fifth shot or further, then you can just start an elite, which is really nice, especially if you're doing control points and stuff. You can just drop an elite right away instead of going with something else. But then, without that, we wouldn't reach that. We kind of see the exact same order, of course, weapon-wise between them. The Nemesis, the Tag 50, and the Mandis kind of showing up again in that same order. The Nemesis, of course, kind of going into outer space, basically, if you were to main it. Starting even with 20 million with the very first shot. For an assault named basically any non-LMG, non-heavy, you could actually, with the Nemesis, just pull this out. And if you have the cycling shot kind of up, then you can, if you have the hot shot buff up, basically, you can actually start even with the Nemesis and just drop the name right away, which is kind of cool, of course. And then, yeah, we see the exact same order weapon-wise and kind of the same conclusion as well for this build for as that. Yes, yeah. That we really want to go with the White Deaths, really, if we want all-out damage. And then here, the White Death as well affords us a threshold where we're moving up just over being able to start on elites with the right circumstances. But yeah, that's of course a lot of caveats we're putting in here. And then yeah, cap wise, we're kind of capping a little bit higher as well because we have more MMR damage. The second shot of note is actually a little bit lower, but in all of these, not low enough that it matters much. Although you might consider that, for instance, this SR1 on its second shot can't kill a named, so you can't go purple and then named. So, for instance, which would be for if you're encountering a named group with the White Death, for instance, we could go, if we have the buff up, we could go actually with an elite even, but yeah, then purple because he's surrounded by purples. The second shot could kill the named as long as it's not a heavy or LMG. But the SR1 couldn't. But there's, of course, there's 4 purples around a named in a named group. So you'll just grab one of those extra and then. But it is important to kind of, yeah, know your first shot, your second shot, and your cap shot kind of, so you can kind of make those kind of decisions. If we kind of look at the cap shots by themselves, it is kind of the same order, although, of course, for instance, here we see this Model 700 kind of creep in between the 2 White Deaths as they were on the bases. But yeah, again, we kind of see that just in all of its shots here with the hotshot buff up, the Model 700 actually doesn't even get to beat the White Death if we have that buff cycling. If we kind of scroll down, we see that, yeah, the Model 700 here then again does beat the White Death just by a tiny amount on this cap, but yeah, it loses in all of the other categories, and this amount is just barely anything. So yeah, not worth going that route just because it has a higher base. If we as well look at it without having the hotshot buff up, we no longer, of course, have that ability to kind of go with an elite as we had. Because yeah, we would need to reach basically 9.9. But yeah, still all of these weapons in this setup are more than high enough to down a purple to start with. All control points as well always will have a purple, so you can always drop that one first. The second shot is of course more than enough for for anything following that. The cap shot as well with all of these is of course a little bit higher. Here some of the weapons, so like the hunting M44 or the custom M44, I should say, this actually does clearly like go over that 27 million, which some of the LMG names will have. Although it is actually a little bit under 27 million, so likely this 994 would also beat it, but the 7 might be getting close. But then, especially at 26.4, likely won't actually go over that. But then, yeah, you would be weakening them enough for a follow-up shot to kind of kill them. But yeah, that's kind of important to kind of look at, and kind of as well as, yeah, here is really the only place where the Model 700 does kind of cap out higher, but yeah, it's not meaningful in any way. Just go with a White Death. That is the order of things nowadays. Yeah, let's take this now then actually to the stash, and we'll do our review over there. Seven minutes, that's fine.
Hostile control point nearby.
Actually, I will catch up here. There was movement option, and the depth of that build is insane. Game, honestly. Yeah, although, yeah, I will have to mess up. The thing is, as well, classes is already an kind of instant now. Well, at least nowadays more. Right? I'm kind of no longer of that. I like making alts, but not per se just because I want to play a different class. I enjoy most of the games like that. They just get boring for me once I reach end game, and I just don't want to then like redo the whole game just to change class once, basically. That's what I like about Division as well so much. It's just there is no classes. Your character is basically nothing. It's watch points, but that's even account wide. But yeah, I might give Path of Exile a look-see. But I feel as well, those games have their people that they need for theory crafting. Yeah. So let's take it. Oh, yeah. I have a white that in here. I should, right? Yeah. Avoid that. Ekim's. No, that's the only two I need. Yeah. Let's start with the exotics. Yeah. Actually, briefly, let's have a look, because I might actually discuss the Sacrum and the Dread as well. So yeah, Dread is much higher of a burster. But yeah, and Sacrum just talent-wise doesn't make sense. Anyway. Yeah. Let's actually unequip the Nemesis here. Just so we don't have that error basically up there the whole time. Yeah, let's and yeah, let's actually have a review as we go through every MMR that we have available in the game. And kind of discuss them one by one. I have actually one of each just for testing purposes. And of course, actually just putting those tables together, we kind of need the base damages and such for them. And that means having one of each variant, and I've gone out of my way to have basically one of every weapon for the DPS tables. And here as well, we'll discuss the automatic weapons, even though we didn't really touch on them on the table there with the Headhunter specifically, but we can kind of say our piece on them. Then starting as well with the Dread Edict at the start. Overall, the Dread Edict is actually, out of the auto-firing options, it is kind of usable. This talent of it is not too terrible. You can kind of make it work, especially still with focus aces and such. But, well, you can kind of make it work. It works, but it isn't the greatest pick. Overall as well, the SVD is kind of the only one where we can actually, with a little bit of weapon handling, which this weapon gladly is, and then yeah, it is good that it has it. We're very glad about that. It has a little bit of weapon handling here, but yeah, especially the SVD, for instance, with some mods, you can actually make it somewhat usable in just an auto sense, so that you can get all of the shots out. Dread Edict, not per se, you can't really fire it at its full RPM without it actually, its bloom kind of getting in the way of your shots. But you can actually just be a little bit under its RPM, and then it's kind of fine. Or especially as well, using it on a build which has a little bit of weapon handling alongside of it. Overall, the Dread Edict out of the auto-firing ones is really one of the picks that you could go with that is actually usable, because of course, yeah, the other one we'll see in a second isn't that much. The Mantis with its talent is very much, if you're not going determined, is one of the great picks to have. One thing we didn't even discuss here is this first part, which is that it shows basically heads. It shows who is and isn't targeting you. It put a circle over their head. But what that also does is basically show where all the heads are in front of you. And you might think to yourself, why would I need that? I can see the heads. Can you? In a sandstorm, in rain, in summit, with the fog and everything. It is very much a useful tool just to know where the enemies are. And how many are in front of you and how you're kind of having to deal with them. Its talent, of course, is kind of contingent on enemies not targeting you. You can, of course, yeah, it gives you a buff for the decoy to kind of help with that as well. Running this with the decoy, you can definitely make it work pretty consistently. Though, yeah, the way that we kind of use that hotshot headhunter setup, Determined is one of the great tools to make that super easy, of course. But yeah, if you don't want to go determined, Mantis is definitely one of the top picks. As we kind of saw, without its talent up, it is pretty low, but quite consistent. You have to just kind of get consistent with trying to have the talent up as much as you can, with having, for instance, using a decoy and just getting the aggro off of you. Nemesis can do Nemesis things with its charging mechanic. It is kind of annoying, of course, to kind of main, but with its very high damage potential, not much except for the TAC 50 really comes close to really actually making the same high numbers happen. And as we kind of saw, even with the Habsburg version, we could actually, if we are in the bonus, in the point where the hotshot bonus is active, we can even start on a named, which is of course kind of insane almost. Then we come to the Sacrum. The Sacrum boat kind of has the downside of not having too much weapon handling stats on it, stability-wise, being based on the G28, which is a weapon that really jumps around way too much. Both the G28 and the SOCOM Mark 20 really jump around way too much to use them really at full automatic, except if you were to like put all accuracy mods on them and such. But of course, this is an exotic, and we don't really get to do that at all with this. Then as well, the talent itself is not that useful. It really requires way too much of a charge up time for what it is, because you need to mark enemies with the crosshair basically, and then you can then set them on fire basically by killing one of the marked targets, and it also needs to be with a headshot, which I can actually, it's very awkward to get that talent going. But also the base weapon by itself is not really worth it. What we'll include here as well, in the middle of all of the exotics, is actually, of course, the TAC 50. The TAC 50, if you're going this route, you generally want to go sharpshooter anyway, if nothing else as well, for the recon drone, which is a very, very useful tool, as well for the extra headshot and the extra stability that the specialization provides, and of course as well the TAC 50 itself. The TAC 50 is one of the great specialization weapons, and as we kind of saw there, especially for an opening shot or such, it can hit out really, really hard. Its cap shot as well is pretty potent. It's second to the Nemesis. The downside of it though is, and why I quite often then do still use the Nemesis, especially if I'm using it for doing control points, is that this has reduced damage against named enemies. It basically gets halved against named enemies. And rogues, basically. Whenever I get rogues at a control point, that is really the reason why I run a Nemesis secondary, because then we can kind of quickly deal with those rogues, as well as if I were to be at cap and kind of get a Nemesis shot out, that will quite often weaken one of the rogues to very low numbers, letting me finish them off and then kind of put a second shot into the next enemy with a little bit of a bonus. That is one of the reasons that this has its issue, but it's mostly just the named enemies. For opening onto enemies, it is a very good tool. Hitting one with this, swapping over to a white death, getting a headshot with this to be indeterminate, and then just not swapping from that point onward. Let's continue on with our high-end weapons. We'll cut it there, just the 643. That's fine. Something now. Yeah, let's continue and finish this at. Yeah. And we'll continue on indeed. Or actually, I already said let's continue on with the high ends. I should just say the name of this thing and just go. Yeah. And starting with the classic M44 carbine, the non-named version of the White Death, basically. The classic M44 carbine, you really shouldn't ever really grab at all. It is just if you have the White Death, of course. If you just have a perfect one of this, maybe go with it. But then actually, it would lose to the Model 700. But what we mostly will then do, of course, is just go with the White Death. And yeah, the White Death is very much back being at that on top again. Here as well on this build with Hotshot, where it's a pretty quick reload. The reload actually got reduced for it, so it's a faster reload nowadays. We do get, of course, that named version of it basically having the headshot damage be higher. The White Death is the go-to, and as we saw as well with the Habsburg, it actually, with the 5 damage mod in there, it actually clears a threshold and kind of gets us just above where we can start on Elite, which actually in past seasons then the SR1, for instance, was one of the few, SR1 and the Model 700 were the only two that could do that as well, to start on Elite if you had hotshot cycling basically. Now it's only really the White Death, and yeah, you do need this 5 damage mod in there. If you're not going for that, yeah, this 5 weapon damage mod, you could actually swap out for some more accuracy or stability in that slot. Moving on to next door, which is the SRS. And here, the covert SRS will actually include into that as well the normal SRS A1, which are both very close to the SR-1 as well. But yeah, these two are variants of each other. They are basically the same base weapon. Overall, the stability is a little bit better on the short one, but both of them as well. You just load them up with stability and accuracy mods and kind of get them to very usable places. Both of them are very usable with all of the sort of the bolt action magazine based ones. We can kind of say all of them are so close to each other that you can, it's more of an aesthetic choice. Which weapon skin do you kind of like for them if you have a specific weapon skin? None of them really jump any thresholds. The handling of the SR1 and the SR-1 and the tactical 308, I would say, is overall better, and that is especially when you fire. The scope kind of stays in the same position once you scope in again, if you're not moving your mouse at all. That does make a little bit of difference. They are a little bit more comfortable. The custom M44, as we'll have in a second, that one actually is the highest cap of them, but all of them are so close to each other that it's basically more of a personal choice than really any of them being really markedly better. Although, yeah, moving on to the custom M44, it is markedly better. Although, yeah, I don't end up using this that much. If I'm kind of going for that cap, if I'm going for a higher base, we're already going to move towards the White Death, really. If I'm using the bolt actions, I have a bunch of SR1s that are graded and such, so we're kind of using them as well quite often. Technically, this would be the highest base, so the highest of the magazine-based bolt actions that kind of has the highest first shot and the highest cap, but not really in a meaningful way. Handling-wise as well, all of them are pretty close to each other, but we could definitely say that the SR-1 and the Tactical 308 are kind of a little bit better handling. As well with that, the rate of fire as well of the Tactical 308 is just a little bit more as well. The custom M44 actually has a little bit lower rate of fire with 55 versus the 60 that the SRSs and the SR-1s have. But honestly, we're not firing them at their RPMs. Their RPM being once per second, basically. And this is just a little bit better than once per second. Yeah, it is not a meaningful difference there. One of the names to actually do call out here, especially if you don't want to use Determined, is that Perfect Ranger as well kind of got a little bit of a buff with the Ranger buff as well. It also went down more by 1 meter. Making the Ekim's long stick, actually, if you are using, if you don't want to use Determined, then this might actually edge out a little bit the White Death. The thing to remember, though, is that this does not increase the cap either. This is a separate multiplier. This will help the first shot and the second shot quite a bit, but it will actually not increase the cap because this is not weapon damage, nor total weapon damage, nor DTA, nor DTH, which is the only things that actually really increase the cap as a stat. This being an amp, actually, yeah, still keeps it that the cap is actually pretty close to the White Death with Determined without the damage down. But of course, yeah, it does help the first shots. And as well, with this, you could also very much clear that threshold to start on elite, especially if you're kind of keeping your distance and such. This could also be a good opener weapon, but yeah, I just generally pair it with just a Nemesis, and the Nemesis definitely will go through an elite on the first shot. But yeah, the Model 700 by itself, as the counterpart to that, the non-named version, yeah, it very much is not worth really considering. It does have 2 shots more, and it does allow for the muzzle, which is a 40 stability instead of the 30, but you do lose a little bit of optimal range. But overall, yeah, not per se, and one of the reasons why I also have 2 in here, because yeah, one of them basically went off of a character and back into here. Continuing on with the G28 as one of the outer-firing ones, it very much is just not really usable at full auto, and that makes it that it's not really usable at all, really. Aces, for instance, would benefit from having more faster-firing weapons, but now also we have rifles to do that, as rifles works on it. And if we were going to go for the faster firing versions, the SVD is really the only one that we can make really handleable in that situation, where if we put a few handling mods on there, then that's kind of usable. Neither this G28 nor the Mark 20 is really usable at full auto, even with a bunch of mods and a little bit of weapon handling going into it. Then we have the Hunting M44, which is the counterpart to the custom M44 as we kind of had. They do actually have the same base. This then has the integral mag. That's also kind of why they're split up from each other in that way. With that integrated magazine slot, we do get to put 5 weapon damage here. But as we kind of saw, the White Death kind of beats out all of the bolt action integral mags that we kind of have. It really doesn't have anything to be above that, so we just kind of just forget about it. Then we come to the M700s. Same with as with the other bolt action magazine based ones. This one is very much in the middle of the pack, kind of. It is underneath the custom M44 on base. It has 2 shots more, and then has a little bit longer reload actually than the custom M44. But honestly, again, one that, yeah, if you kind of it's more, do you like this carbon skin that it has? Go for that if you have it as well, of course. But otherwise, yeah, it isn't a meaningful difference between the two to kind of really discuss over. But then we do also have, which is a variant as well, with having the same base stats as the carbons, which is the tactical. But on the tactical, we actually have this sight slot here. And this slot actually does not allow for really anything except crit chance, which is not really a useful stat, of course. So with the model, with this M700 carbon, we can actually, on that underbarrel, put an accuracy mod or a stability mod. Here, we really can't. And that is actually, that will make it so that, you shouldn't really pick this one. If you want to go for the M700s, unless you really like the look and are willing to give up a little bit of handling, you would want to go with the M700 carbon. Then we have the SVD. The SVD is, of the auto-firing ones, the only real usable one, especially if you kind of, like here, kind of slap it with some stability on it. You can kind of use it, especially also if the build also has a little bit. But it doesn't really do anything better than rifles. Especially as well, its bonus really being just the headshot, where we have a little bit more headshot than rifles would be. Base-wise, it just doesn't make sense. So if we're kind of looking at it from a base DPS sense, its bonus as well, kind of as with rifles, isn't the greatest. So it kind of gets outclassed if we were to want to use it, for instance, as just in the way that we would use a rifle. Especially then as well, if we're kind of using it then in the DPS sense, which we're kind of more going to lean on to when we're just firing it at full auto, then the stability mags or the stability mods kind of are a detriment to it, because we have good chance crit damage there, but it is still usable. This and the Dread Edict are really the only usable out of firing ones, in my opinion. The other ones, including this Mark 20, as we have here, SOCOM Mark 20 SSR. They and the G28 alongside of it. They jump around way too much. Even putting a bunch of stability mods on it and such really doesn't help it, especially as well as they kind of also lack in accuracy as well. So even slapping all accuracy, then you still don't really get the accuracy out of it that you would want. So those autos are not that useful. Then yeah, the SR1 used to be the old king, basically. That's the pre this season. We would use basically this and the Model 700. Now though, it is definitely outclassed by the White Death again. But in the bolt actions, it's kind of as I said with the other ones, it's kind of, if you like the skin. So for instance, this one, I have the the Outcast skin for it. I kind of like that. We'll kind of use it. It does have a little bit better reload rate than some of the other magazine-based ones, which isn't that meaningful, especially if we're kind of using it on Hotshot, where we're going to have that reload anyway. And also the White Death already kind of reloads fast enough, because this is a 2.0. The White Death, which for instance the O'Carroll would also kind of be similar to, is a 2.9, which is second more, which isn't the several seconds that it used to be in the past. SR1, especially if you have a graded one, still very usable as well, and a little bit more comfortable than some of the other ones. Then moving on as well, the SVDs as well, we should point out that there's two versions of it. The Paratrooper overall is the better pick between them. But again, this one, not that usable. Then we do have actually the Tactical 308. One of the things that the Tactical 308 also has is that it actually has a little bit more RPM. So the bolt action ones basically go 55 to 70. Some of them are 55, some of them are 60, like the SRSs, and then this is 70. You do feel that there is a little bit faster per shot, but you give that up in base as well. And what we kind of saw as well is that sometimes it just doesn't reach high enough to, for instance, hit one of the LMG guys in a one shot, basically. That is kind of a downside, but this one is overall the best handling one as well. So it really feels nice to use. It really, when you fire and then come back from cycling the bolt, it is basically in that same position still if you weren't touching the mouse at all. And that is kind of nice to have and very usable as well. But kind of with the same other ones, it's kind of which one you like the look of the most. They are very much in the same ballpark. So we can kind of go with that. Although, of course, the very best one, we're saving the best for last. And we should have totally had it on that list. Although it is basically a White Death, of course, but with the twinkling lights talent fixed upon it there, which is the O'Carroll. And O'Carroll. Carol. Carol is very nice, and her twinkling lights will bring you a lot of joy. And definitely as well, now the White Death being on top again, though Carol is actually very usable, especially if you just want to have some fun and you are willing to give up deterrent, but you don't per se need that much more damage, because then you have some of the other options, of course. But instead of damage, why not have explosions? Right. Let's go to our conclusion here and round things out. "13 minutes.
To be a job for like the Secret Service or something.
Let me actually catch up on chat as I'm kind of in my own world for a little bit there, because we wanted to round that up. For those coming in, I'm just recording thing for YouTube as we often do here. And hey there, Pokemon trainer. And I'm doing pretty good. And I hope everybody's enjoying their Thursday. Can you break down the amplified attributes? They're not amplified. Is the initial answer. So amp is a term that kind of this game uses, and kind of uses them inconsistently, and but generally when we're talking about amps, it's basically a single source separate multiplier. That's what the amps are. So DTOC, DTA, DTH, all of those are basically just stats. They're additive to themselves. So generally when we're also talking about amplified, it would be multiplicative to itself as well, the way that, for instance, Intimidate is. It's multiplicative to itself and others. All of those are additive to themselves and then multiplicative to other things. And very much what the thing with them is, and why they are better attributes quite often, is that weapon damage, crit damage, headshots, all of these were already pushing above 100 on a lot of builds. we're kind of diminishing the returns that we would get by adding more stats into that. That's what those diminishing returns are. DTOC and DTA and DTH and stuff not being that diminished or just being at full strength. If you just have if you just have it on the weapon, for instance, if you have 10 DTOC on the weapon, you just have 10 DTOC, and that will actually be that multiplier as it's full at that 10%. But yeah, if you have two sources, if you have that and Fox already, you're not getting basically 18% out of that increase. But yeah, it's very long discussion. But the way to kind of see them is they're separate multipliers. So they're coming in as separate multipliers in the calculation. That's also why, when we have a calculation sheet like this, we need to input like DTA / DTH, because usually one of them is active kind of separately. Let's zoom that in actually. But yeah, we basically have like so the weapon damage is also basically just the same. It is additive from all sources, multiplicative to everything else. The amps, but then amps is usually basically single source things. Then we have the DTH, DTA, DTOC, all of these are kind of multiplying against each other. And generally as well, basically adding 18 to like weapon damage here, or adding 18 as a fresh multiplier. This 18 will be exactly 18% of the old number. So it's that old number and then 18% bigger. If we were to add 18 here, for instance, to this 195, it is going already into a pool that already exists. So what it actually becomes, or let's say it's 5 in this case, just to make it an easier thing. Like we're adding in 5 there. What we would have is 3.0. Because that would be the new multiplier, because this as well, you would be +1 and then divided by 100 to have a multiplier out of this. So it would be 3 over 295. So divided by 2.95. So that 5% we adds actually 1.6% of damage. And that's kind of, the reason we want separate, like having multiple, or like diversifying our multipliers. But then also there's the opportunity cost, because you don't always want to do that. Fox's Prayer isn't always just better for Instant Striker. I need to skip. Obviously more with the same options rifle left. Yeah. Although, well, the SPD and the Dready Dict are just kind of usable, but the other two just aren't. You just can't make them handle well enough to kind of fire them at full auto, and then if you're not firing them at full auto, you might as well not, basically. What outfit? Oh, this was one of the other rats. So we had that one apparel event one, which was this one, right? Which was Sewer Rat. And then this is City Rat. This one as well actually is currently available, or is it still? I don't know. This one, I didn't buy it at the time, but actually they put it in, here. So yeah, bargain bundle. This one. This gives it again as well, if you really want it. But yeah, it's although actually, if you're getting credits, I don't remember how much this was. It doesn't say it as well anymore. But I think you pay like, you get, I think it was 10 euros and you get like 7.5 euro, or maybe it was even 5, and you get like 7.5 euro worth of premium credits, and then the thing as well. I don't remember actually how much this was. The annoying thing about that, of course, is that, yeah, that would make kind of sense for if you're getting the season pass, maybe, but this isn't enough to get the season pass with, which is, of course, one of those dick moves, right? that games do with internal currency. I wish games would just get rid of that. Just let me pay directly. But of course, the reason that they do it is that, yeah, it is very lucrative not to. But yeah, it's the City Rat one, which I can actually really like. Yeah, let's do our outro here. Actually, yeah, let's have. We'll end up on that. We'll have that up on the screen as our outro. As it was real money. Yeah, that one's definitely that one you have to even just buy with real money. Even you can't buy it with like the in-game credits if you even have those, which is also kind of silly. Yeah, let's do our outro. And yeah, to conclude this very long video, of course, once again, as yeah, they are in-depth looks. You knew what you signed up for. And yeah, the really thing that we can take away from all of this is that the White Death is very much on top again, especially if you're just going for all-out damage, and then handling wise and such, especially now with the stability mod already being 30, with just this stability mod here, this the White Death on a hotshot build as well, just becomes swayless as well, just as much as with the SR1, which is one of the things that I really liked last season, to being able to make the marksman rifles or the marksman rifles that we could pick, like the SR1. That one we could make with 3 stability mods. We could make it basically sway free, just because it had more mod slots to put those in. Now we can do that just with 1 mod, just because this mod is now 30% by itself, and the White Death is then just basically swayless, which is very nice. We can kind of as well consider what we want to put here, especially on the Habsburg. We would go with this 5 weapon damage mod, but without, we could actually take the stability here and then maybe have an accuracy mod on the under barrel to kind of help how quickly we snap our back to accuracy, to full accurate shots again, especially after moving or getting shot at or such. And yeah, the White Death is very much the top pick overall for general use with Determined, especially, of course. If we're not going with Determined, the Nemesis, of course, always a pick. The Mantis, as well, as we kind of saw, very much a usable weapon, and that's also why, for instance, on most of my characters that have Headhunters, I'll usually have the Nemesis, and I'll usually have a Mantis as well. And then, yeah, we're going to very much go with White Deaths, or as well the bolt action magazine-based ones, as for instance here I have that at the ready as well, for instance, for myself on this character, which is the custom M44. Here we're kind of going for, you know, all-out damage, so we're kind of picking the highest, the base damage one, even though the differences, as we kind of saw, were very minimal, and yeah, it doesn't per se matter between them. And then as well, the TAC 50, of course, always a really great tool to have there as well. So yeah, with this as well, we round out going through all of the weapon types as we rounded, having all of them as they were kind of done for a little bit, as we'll go into the burst and sustain table, even though this technically isn't the burst and sustain table, of course, as we're kind of doing headhunter stuff. But yeah, this one as well, of course, will be linked down below. But yeah, all of the other ones are done at this point as well, where we've released them all. So we've gone through all weapon types, and I'm quite happy about that, kind of catching up almost a lot halfway through the season, basically, and then we're done with them. But yeah, that does open up now to just move on to other things, and yeah, I have a bunch of stuff planned. For future videos, we'll be going especially into the Lengmo Pestilence build showcase, as we kind of saw. Together as well, we'll likely have Character 4 and Character 5 still show up with their build collection updates, as that is also completely, the updates to the collections are done. We just need to put those into recordings, of course. So yeah, those will be all in the future. And yeah, I hope you join me for those. And also, if you did enjoy this video, yeah, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It is always very much appreciated. And yeah, I hope to catch you in those future videos. And as always, have a good night. I kind of forgot about the shilling part almost, but it's fine. We got it in the end. And yeah, that was, of course, just for those on the live stream. That was just for the video on the live stream, and we're still gonna keep going. And yeah, that's 1 hour 7 minutes there, and that one's in the bag as well. Although actually, now thinking about it, the plan is to kind of release them in the other order. we'll see how that goes. The Lengmo Pestilence is going to be before this one, even though we're going to record it after this one. But, yeah, let's take this character back to base. Let's also actually move a bunch of this stuff over here, just so I have them all lined up for later. Also, let's bring chat back up on screen. As we're no longer recording. Yeah, I wanted to let's take that off as well. That's just for the video. And then yeah.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Yeah, let's I think I'm gonna jump and just do a bunch of countdowns. One of the parts I kinda need, or would want to have for the Pestilence build showcase is to have a piece of a Lengmo mask, basically, with crit chance, crit damage as well.
Safe area detected.
Just to have that as an option if you're running around with other people with Coyote. Having that piece as well kind of would help a few things. So I might actually, I'll likely just jump and do a few countdowns here to round it out. Let me catch up here as well. So, what's overall for yeah, maybe in the future. Although actually we will revisit it because yeah, I do want a combined list of the three striker lists, the SMG, LMG, and ARs, just combined, smooshed together, where we can kind of compare them all together. But also I just want to do a comparison basically of each of the top weapons, at least for the DPS ones, so yeah, leaving out marksman ones, on a glass striker, or not a glass striker, a glass red, where we, you know, kind of just inter weapon type kind of look at it. Actually, it's like, no, I mean, should be craftable. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna try to farm for it. This also gives me something to farm for. But yeah, I'm gonna do a bunch of countdowns. I don't know if anybody out there is interested in joining me. If you are, let me know. If you have me on your list, you can just join up on me. Otherwise, let me know in the chat and we can invite you in. I will likely do just a bunch of countdowns here towards the end. And gets even more credits saved up in here, even though I'm not even really using them. I guess. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll start here with one already, but yeah, we're gonna likely do a bunch of them, so. So we're already gonna set to Lengmo.
You have received an invite.
I'll just do challenging. I don't care per se how good the stats are. I just need the right stats. And we can also craft for it, but I don't mind farming for it a little bit as well. I'm gonna run OD here first. Actually, you know what I should do? Let's run it. Let's run the contractor version. Because I'm expecting there to be enough coyotes, and if there isn't, I can always put mine on. I'm kind of happy to have those those lists then. Partially as well, like I was kind of, you know, I was looking at them and kind of remembering things for them, and just like now I can just let all that drop. That's also why I wanted to get the pistol and the MMR, the one done before tomorrow when we're jumping into working again. Because yeah, as well, tomorrow I won't be around and there won't be an evening stream even.
An agent has disconnected.
I'll be away working. We got somebody crashing out already. Did I have the modifier on this character? I would hope so. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, earlier today we did we did a weekly with them, so that should be fine. Very long loading screen as that person can crash that.
Hyenas have taken over the power plant and triggered the lockdown procedures. Be careful,
And then
Agent.
we're spawning
Last
east.
thing we need is an RC bomb in a nuclear reactor.
West. The other east.
We need to restrict access and secure the nuclear waste.
And when somebody
Reactor unstable.
crashes out at
Emergency
that start
lockdown
point, that
protocols
doesn't turn on
activated. 15
enemy
minutes lockdown.
modifiers
Shade
at all.
detected.
High levels of radiation detected. Commence operational
We're gonna have close range buff in a bit. That's not really on target.
System malfunctioning.
Teammates are very... That should be at the edge of it. Yeah, because
System
we took way too
reactivated.
long there. Oh yeah, this is just the three of us. We did lose one here. The other team did get already the close range buff up, so hopefully we can still get 2 out of here. But yeah, likely we only get that one.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Somebody went into an objective right away.
Hostile sniper turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
We have the close range buff. We should use the close range
Vital
buff.
signs critical.
I was fully trusting my health gate there. Also, yeah, they're kind of in the wrong spots. I do want this hunter thing. But yeah, we got 3. Reactor turbine is just so much of a better idea. Let's just go here. Even though, yeah, there is somebody in over there already, but also we don't want to go in. Like, all of those skills are now deployed, and they're very much in our way now. With water hands here as well, you can actually turn around and shoot that right away. That's the crate.
High-risk target approaching.
I mean, the name usually spawns on this side.
Area secure.
And I need the mask to be crit chance, crit damage. I think some loot dropped over there as well. Or was it just resources? It was just resources. And the rest of the team go there. Can't see the rest of the team, but I'm gonna assume they're over there. Or should I let the other team members here decide? Yeah. Is it 6? 5, 6, yeah. The rest of us are all here. He gets the solo SHD requisition, or SHD crates if he wants.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
What east? Yeah.
System breach initiated.
Never eat
Agent is
soggy.
back online.
Never eat soggy. What east? Exactly.
An agent needs assistance. Critical systems exposed.
We're gonna go up here. So you can actually shoot the server from all the way here, and of course by the teeth we can actually kill it pretty easily from there. I'm actually gonna go check for the crates. Somebody knows what the crate is, at the very least. By the
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
That's good.
Follow all lockdown safety protocols.
Data transfer halted.
And I just have clean up
Incoming.
here.
High risk hostile.
Also, I'll reveal everything, but just gonna go for the loot. Because they'll have a bunch over there.
Area secure.
Agent, you can access the waste area. Do me a favor and take a decontamination shower before you come back to base.
You can access the waste area. This being the kernel location of the lanes area.
Hostile assault turret detected.
I feel that guy is still in there. Poor dude. Let's see if he gets it done before we finish main, but I don't give him much of a chance. Because especially as well, SHD requisition or SHD crates, if they kind of spawn in on it, they'll take it over again. Otherwise, I'm killing agents in the fully built meal character. I mean, well, it kind of depends if you're just like outright just, you know, the second you see them, you flag them and kill them.
The lockdown protocols.
If they usually what I end up doing is just like if they flag me or they flag or what. Well, usually I encounter them when like I'm flagging to open the crate. That happens then, yeah. If they shoot, I'll shoot. But partially as well, like
We need to secure that tank and get it back into the sarcophagus.
you're teaching them what the DZ is all about, which is trust no one and carry a big stick.
Got a bullet just for you.
That should be the source of the leak. Now we just need to seal those tanks.
You can't deal with me.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Kind of nice how much more powerful. Although here it says well the modifier, but even kind of accounting for the modifier, how much more powerful ongoing is nowadays versus, you know, a while back. But just having the ability as well to kind of have glass-ish numbers. Or well, yeah. Glass would still do more. But
Great work. Now just seal that bunker and stop exposing your team to not so low doses of radiation.
High risk target detected. Serious
I really
radiation
want
detected at
neon.
acceptable level.
burn some bridges there. Soggy waffles.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Shoot off a
Do you buy
flare
them
so Torres knows you're
pre-soggy
ready
at
to go.
the like the supermarket, or is it just is it more you have to make them soggy yourself? Northern extraction. Let's start heading there. I have to dodge your bad guys. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, DZ is just, it's the DZ. A lot of people kind of go like, no, there should be honor among thieves. And fuck off. fuck off, and I'm flagging and I'm shooting. And even more so if you're saying something. Which, yeah. It's just like, no, this is a no rules play zone. Just especially if you you know, are expecting us to have rules. I'm specifically gonna avoid having any rules. Did that guy in the end actually get the? Also, of course, he's gonna rush in solo.
System.
Why don't you just let him? I'm just gonna wait for allies.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
That guy has been nothing but a nuisance this whole run anyway.
System restored. System malfunctioning. System reactivated.
Set up to hit this wave as they come down. I triggered my all out so I can actually move in a little bit if I want to.
System curtailed. Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
Should have realized that one. Yeah, got behind cover.
System restored.
They're a little bit blind. I get the feeling they're a little bit blind.
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal Taurus.
I'm gonna start getting my loot. So we have to go get this one all the way back here as well. Not worth it. At least they didn't flare right away. I would have made it worse.
Torres inbound on your location. Hold tight. She'll get you home.
Oh, if it's for about 2 years, the upside. I'll just not. Okay, it seems like easier solution.
Torres is in position.
Back or nothing. Yeah. Sogginess is love, sogginess is life. Right, let's take our exit.
What is that?
And yeah, they didn't complete that encounter in all the time they had in there. They had the close range buff as well, so I was like, yeah, maybe they did it. Nah, they just wasted their own and everybody else's time by going. And then they rushed in as well. Let's actually, yeah, let's turn off these just to also not get in the way. And then, yeah, I'm gonna get set up for another one. I'll likely do a few, but yeah, if anybody's interested in joining me,
Nice to see you, Agent.
feel
Another agent has
free
joined your group.
to, yeah, do that.
Thanks for the
As
deal.
Cross already said he would be joining on this one, so. Oh, no, he did probably. I'm gonna hold on to this 1886. Might be grabbing a few more of those. Actually, I'm gonna swap off of that one. Yeah, let's actually go Umbra. So we kind of add it as well. Show up in. Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go that route. As we discussed it a little bit in our discussion of killer that went up kind of today. Not really a countdown build, but I just want to run something different for each one. I was looking for it. Yeah.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Yeah. Anybody else wants to join us? Just let me know. Otherwise, we'll get her going. Interesting. Actually, I'd never noticed that there is a inverse kinematic here of just like the tiles. Why wouldn't you just make all of this flat? Just make it easier.
Doing business with you.
But yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it out here. What's that? Miss anyone? Wheelchair missed the bus and had to walk for an hour. Needed to get the downsides of rural life. I'm guessing there. Oh, yeah. Well, so actually,
Clan invite received.
cancel this matchmaker, as we can see. I'll get Kestrel into here as well. Would be handy if I typed invite already. Insight. We're going to incite some Kestrel.
Another agent is now in your group.
Watch the rest of your Red Fire showcase. That's 3 minutes of watch now. Learning the BT. Well, eventually get there, right? Yeah, actually, you know what? Where I'm at, or actually, well, let's matchmake first. Get this timer going. Let's grab a Lexi. No, I'm even gonna run it killer. Just don't want to recalibrate.
Invite to another agent's group received. You have joined a group. You have left the group.
And actually, I'm gonna run it with all crit damage mods and let retribution kind of fill up. Somebody else's leaders, and they'll get us going. Because what's my crit chance, crit damage now? 37. Pretty low, but yeah, Coyote is gonna come in, and then also retribution from here. Let's actually set ours. Just to be. Although yeah, they are active. I just because the last round we used them. Yeah. It's about to type out that we will.
I'm living the capitalist dream.
Okay, maybe get to the next one. Nice. Yeah, just banging out a few, just to have something to do, and also, yeah, let's see if we can get that Lingmo mask, just to have it as well for the showcase. Because that is the better way to set up if there is already enough coyotes, or if somebody else is kind of running coyote already.
Rikers have taken the power plant. Not sure what they're trying to do with the nuclear reactor,
no
but
mask,
they've
yeah.
triggered the safety protocols. The plant is
Just
going
have
into
it as a
lockdown.
replacement piece in there as well, and also just to, yeah.
We need to restrict access.
I have a
and secure the
Grupo
nuclear
mask there. I'll
waste.
just save it as like a 4-piece Langmo. We're spawning north, so we can go left and link
Reactor
up.
unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
High levels of radiation.
Should I
detected.
totally equip the Scorpio
Commence
secondary?
operational lockdown procedures.
Would have been nice for this fight. But I see some phones there, so listen. And yeah, we do have status effects available.
System malfunctioning.
Where's this? How did they pull him? Oh, that's how they pulled him. Let's go deal with this one first.
System back online.
But yeah, they had somebody, or well, two of their team members. But look at things go to inside red, which is just like, what? Why? Just leaving their allies out to dry. And also now they're not getting those other two duct or the other duct. And yeah, we'll be going admin lab as well after this. It's just always pulse there, kind of put that guy on the map. Also, at some point I should just get into cover, even if I'm kind of late. And just, you know, I should fire at with Umbra active, kind of. Because that's the thing with Umbra, you need to kind of activate it, and especially in this first part, it's kind of annoyingly hard to kind of get it to... Like, finding a moment to sit in cover is just... Because once we have it, like, I still have a decent bonus.
Hostile striker drone detected. Hostile sniper turret detected.
On this heavy gun, and then I'm gonna go help the Bucks
Hostile
there.
incinerator turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
And these are the only boxes where it does matter how many people are inside of them, so I'm just gonna stick in them. That's gonna be the box downstairs. Great. We're just not capturing this, are we? Let's go capture it. There we go.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Supercharge. Now, whenever I hear that supercharge noise, I definitely know to pulse, get 15% amp going while
Area
enemies are
secure.
pulsed. Some loot in here. And next up is lab. Just gonna take this exit because this shortcut actually cuts out a decent amount. Wait,
Secure the area so we can bring in the engineer.
where are we doing? Let's not, right? There we are.
Protect the engineer.
Let's just go do the other one. Containment is main. Oh yeah, let's go help him. It's better to make the mistake all together than just the four of us being in. It's fine. Oh yeah, but actually, yeah, if you guys need something for yourselves,
10
just
minutes to
Because-
lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
I'm likely not to even get it, and I'm just getting some parts to craft with this. Although I have also plenty of parts to craft with, but... I'm just farming for it first. Yeah, if you have something that you're kind of looking for yourself, just set it. Yeah. Get out of range of that before continue shooting a thing that's gonna shock me. Let's get full stacks. Because I had full stacks. I actually did murder decently quickly.
Agent, you can access the waste area. Do me a favor and take a decontamination shower before you come back to base.
Area secure.
Thank you, Agent. I was starting to think
Let me catch up here. Would you put all that stuff on your stream? Which stuff? Because I don't have that much on my screen. I basically just have my face and my cat. The chat, if you're kind of looking, because that's likely the thing, right? But the other thing is just my cam. If you're looking for a tool to do that, Botrix is the tool that I use. BOTRY or RIX. But as a bot, basically that sits in here as well, just to combine both of them. But actually, if you just like in YouTube search for stream chat on screen or something like that, you'll find that a billion tutorials. I just found one and kind of found the thing they were
Agent, you've reached the waste area.
using as well. I'm
I
gonna
need you
just
to secure
copy
the
them.
radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
Answer simply. You have the revenues. Oh, do you mean like if I'm on affiliate level?
We need to secure that tank and get it back.
Meaning I
into
do
the
gain some
sarcophagus.
revenue, but yeah, it's, Division is not a very big or popular game, so very limited there.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
I'm looking for the unicorn, black one. If you guys get me. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna actually keeping an eye out if I do get one of those. 'Cause that one is usually worth sharing anyway. But yeah, I haven't seen one yet. So actually, I've never actually tried if you get stacks for those with Striker. Should actually kind of try.
What are you waiting for? Get around! Come on! Keep going!
Great work.
Heard the
Now just
overcharge
seal
there.
that bunker and stop
And a
exposing your
pulse.
team to not so low doses of
The
radiation.
damage.
Radiation detected at acceptable level. Incoming. High risk hostile.
Did I get the box already? No, sorry.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
I'm just looking if anything is double red. I did have a headshot, crit damage, one mask, but yeah, I want chance damage. Oh, trash routers. That's fine. Although do we have a long run ahead of us? We do. Okay, we're going all the way west anyway, so. And let's start getting there. The tag logs are, just striker stacks from the. That's what I was shooting them as well, and checking if it gave like a weak points no hit marker or if it gave like immunes. And it gave immunes there, so likely you can actually stack on that as well. And I'm gonna stay on this as well. Just wait for others to trigger it. Because that's the Faraday there.
Heavily armed hostiles detected.
That way as well. I can pulse here. I'm gonna reveal the other hunter. I'm just gonna take a right. So my allies have that a little bit. I'm gonna try to get my ults going. Get our all out there, letting me move closer and still have by the feet. I'm gonna also blow that out. That always a dangerous thing to leave.
System restored.
Subcharge.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
And I'll even have it for this first one. Because honestly, with the modifiers and then all out. All out really needs a reduction in how long it lasts. I feel it's a little bit too much. Let's go back for that late. Because there as well, I was never really ever stacked on. I completely forgot I was running Umbra there, and I kind of need to like sit in cover for a little bit and then pull back and then. And then pull out. Let's actually set ourselves up for the next one. What's up, bag? I just have never tried. Oh.
We see you. Kilo inbound on your location.
Looking back and seeing like the 3 seconds. When somebody was ready. Right at the butt. At least not that one.
Let's get you home, Agent.
That's the way it feels. Everybody's left. Oh yes, for both was on.
Thanks to you, the locals will have heat and lights this winter.
158 as
Thank
we
you,
did link
Agent.
up. Get a little bit more. Anyway, we're gonna go in for more, and yeah, if anybody's interested in joining us, I know as well, Kestrel, if you're up for more. As always, as well, feel free to just add me on
Safe area entered.
UB Connect, or maybe future as well.
This beats with.
I think Public was jumping in as well, right?
You are now group leader. Another agent has joined your group.
Subcastrol as well. I guess that means as well that you are up for one more. And if anybody else also wants to join us, just let me know. There's also now that
Another
we're
agent is now in your
the
group.
4 of us. And this one I'll just go back to, just full striker. Let's actually, yeah, let's bump it up to heroic. I'll just give it a second if anybody else wants to join us. Otherwise, we'll still just matchmake instead of making it our own group. Actually, Tiny wants to join as well. Yeah, let's turn it into our own group then, so we can take plead the 5th.
You have left the group.
Plead for a 5th.
Another agent has joined your group.
Oh yeah. Actually, I'm just gonna wait till everybody's in, so I don't accidentally, invite Toasty by accident or something.
Another agent is now in your group.
And I'll take it that is everybody. Let's fill up the rest. What I might do is actually group wise. I'll move Castrol over on that end. Just so we have 2 and 3 basically. However, we were kind of, if at least at the start we're not kind of linked up yet, we can, there's some damage on each team. That's our strikers, because I'm going to guess Trojan is kind of running supporty stuff. Yeah. Because we also wouldn't want to put like 2 of our supports there, because that would be... to run red F5. I think already Cross is already running FI. But yeah, just whatever you kind of want. As long as it's like isn't, 6B system corruption or something. Something that is like either damaging or supporting.
Another agent has joined your group.
Anyway, our first random. Hey, well, not a decent. Why would you go with that? Like 5% armor, especially if we have all this grading and stuff. It's just kind of like, why? Yeah. Let's not think about it too much. Yeah, usually when it starts filling up, it fills up all the way, but not now apparently. Oh, as well, it's just a random Thursday, which, yeah, less players, but also us starting it as our own thing puts us kind of at the end of the queue, so it's filling up people or groups that were set up before us.
Another agent is now in your group.
That is the... Oh, wait, we have this guy again. As he's also sometimes in the chat. Hopefully this time he'll actually load up with us. I'm gonna guess that this guy just did a watch alt or something, and that he has like an okayish build, but also we have enough damage on that end. Because the build I was showing there, that was just the alternate or the boosted gear basically that you get. So that was just his mule or his watch alt or something like that, hopefully. Also, yeah, so a bunch of chat there that I wasn't actually reading.
Communication relay offline. An agent has gone offline.
Oh. Hoping it's not any of ours. Hopefully it's one of the randoms. I'm fearing as well. It's likely maybe that one guy again. Oh, Pamek actually crashed. Yeah, if you're okay, Pomic, we'll let you load back up. We'll get you in on the next one. Gonna feel bad just
An
dropping
agent has
for.
disconnected.
Well, actually, if we lost two, maybe we will. That was the second call out, right?
Rikers have taken the power plant. Not sure what they're trying to do with the nuclear reactor, but they've triggered the safety protocols. The plant is going into lockdown. We need to get control of the experimental reactor.
Because how many there is there? Oh yeah, we lost two.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown
Let's maybe
protocols
just take a
activated.
mulligan here
15 minutes lockdown.
and just we'll just
Magnetic containment failure.
yeah. Let's leave and then get back in and group back up. With 6 of us here, losing even one more and stuff. Also, we get less loot out of it. Kind of feel bad for our 2 remaining randoms there, but they can matchmake and just kind of get into the next one here.
Safe area detected.
So what I'm farming lemon. Yeah, no need to set your targets. Just, if you're farming for something, just I am, but I'm looking for a piece that I'm much more likely to get through crafting. So.
Another agent is now
And then,
in
yeah,
your
well,
group.
Let's indeed load up here because we're 5, right? Already as well. Get any in here in this way, and then turn it into a group, and then we'll let Pomic load up. And once he's in, let me know, and then we'll get you in as well. We'll rematch make.
Another agent has joined your
Gonna
group.
wait to be sure that everybody's loaded in. Sometimes if the character isn't loaded in fully, it just skips the invite. Everybody's in. Also, yeah, we'll wait a second here for Pomic to load up, and then
You have left the group. Another agent is now in your group.
and as well if anybody else wants to join. That's okay. So yeah, what we'll do is let's have the same thing. Let's have Kestrel and Tiny on that side, who are both running like damage dealing builds, and then Trojan here with me, Pomic here as well with me, and then we'll kind of split the difference. Although, yeah, most of the time we're gonna want to link up together. So, and either maybe. Actually, yeah, if we're waiting, let me take a crack at this. Add a few of these. Surprised that I never knew that right-click craft makes it so much easier. Although yeah, you have to click really fast for some reason. I got Pomic's in. I got him loaded up as well.
Another agent has joined your group.
It's
Another agent
weird
is now
that
in your
it's
group.
basically every run with Agilite has been a crash or well, a disconnect for him basically. Oh, we filled up pretty quick there. Oh. let's see if 4th time is the charm. Oh yeah, I'm not even gonna look at what people are running. It's fine. That's a Fox's Striker. It's fine enough. and a mystery. A mystery for the history.
Communication relay offline.
Agent, outcasts have taken over the power plant. Lockdown procedures have been initiated. Last thing we need is a radioactive green poison.
Outcasts. Let's see what the main is.
We need to shut down the broken transformers and restore the power grid.
Reactor unstable.
And yeah,
Emergency
once
lockdown
again,
protocols activated. 15 minutes.
did you get to
lockdown.
join us?
Excessive power detected.
And they're linking up both teams as well, which is nice.
Or overloading the power grid.
Dude. I'll just push the button here. I'm willing to bet everybody else is kind of very confused on the other two randoms. Yeah. Like, what the hell's going on? I'll leave it to someone else. Somebody gonna get ahead of myself. Someone is not with us. Turning off, baby. Wait, am I a virus? One of us a virus? You had to turn off antivirus. And I haven't fired a shot yet. Mostly because I'm running SMG and yeah, that's not gonna work well. I'll go hit the button here. Yeah, let's go containment, containment, and then whatever. Like the admin. Yeah, containment admin. I'll run up from in this side. Because the main is turbine, so that's a faster way back.
System breach initiated.
I mean, it just doesn't want you to, you know, even consider going rogue. It's like trying to save you from being rogue. Yeah, for once we don't have close range buff or anything. Although, well, we still have the modifier, but actually
Data transfer
keeping
halted.
the 200 stacks
Incoming. High risk hostile.
of a chest striker.
Area secure.
But then what we really need is to be above like 150 stacks most of the time. Well, actually, what was the crossover point nowadays? It was higher, right? It was like 150 something. Anyway, let's go admin. And extraction is going to be north as well later on. I guess we're going for a reset, I'm guessing. Yeah, you guys spawned north, right? Although yeah, it doesn't usually help much because Unless you're like way behind. But yeah, you can actually indeed, what Kessel did there is reset and take themselves to their respawn point, which is where they spawned in. Yeah, the downside is generally like, even if you're way quicker than the rest of the team, like you should best to wait for them anyway. So. Although actually they took the other entrance, I think, right? Or they put them west. I'm not sure. Does it reset you to the nearest, or does it reset you to where you spawn? I just never use the respawns.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Really.
Redirect
My
excessive power to
simpler
stabilize
solution.
power distribution.
And this one's hostiles.
Hostile detected. Target neutralized.
Target melted.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
What was it? Oh no, it was just good damage. Oh, it's a good chance as well. Is actually the box is likely underneath here, or did I already get? I think I already got it.
Area secure.
I mean, I've been to the
you should
three
be able to
spots.
access the turbine now.
I like you got it already. I'm gonna look around too much for loot. Didn't want to give me the slide. Oh, fuck you too. Let me slide.
Agent, you've reached the turbine.
Let
I need
it
you to
slide.
fix the power grid.
And now from here as well, we're coming in right on the easy side of
You're
the...
in. We need to switch the power over to the new grid.
Get the objective right away.
Warning. Fault detected with transformers.
Oh,
Safety
shit.
protocols activated.
Oh, that's the box.
You're gonna need to
Right where
expose
we're
the
coming in.
transformers and remove any busted fuses.
Power surge imminent. Follow emergency procedures to protect against accidental electrocution.
What the hell was that? I think the floor is
Crossbone
electrified.
for it.
Watch your step, Agent.
Redirect excessive power to stabilize power
Is it this one or is it
distribution.
that one? I always forget it's this one.
High risk target
Should have gone
detected.
with my... Get there. Yeah, so I'm doing that one. Comic is
Incoming.
instigating them. You know what? I'll continue my theme of not doing much.
Looks good.
And go say,
Now
oh,
you
no,
just need to
okay,
switch over
somebody
to the
beat
new
me
grid.
there as well.
This may take a while.
Agent down.
Hey, it's the Maker. Let's go tank him. Oh wait, this fire isn't? I assumed it was just somebody sledging. Oh. Jumped down accidentally.
Power grid stable. Serious trauma detected.
Great work, Agent. The
Alright.
power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there.
You know, and I'm
Shoot off a
east.
flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
I'm just gonna quick grab these.
System malfunctioning.
They're in a hurry.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
Let's gotta wait for our allies as well. I think everybody's in range at least. So I might actually
System back
do
online.
this one, but then we're gonna hold back.
System curtailed.
The other one's on the right side here. We're kind of splitting. It isn't the greatest choice, but it's fine.
System
We're
restored.
likely gonna miss some. Oh well, likely they missed our hunter. We're gonna miss their hunter. That's the downside of splitting up. Maybe we were in range. That looks like hunter.
System disrupted.
Loading up. UAV's going out.
Put the
System
sniper.
activated.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Yeah, for the guys that went through the left side, make sure to go check if you maybe have that hunter loot. Was kind of by where the two hunters are in the middle. Also, yeah, I might miss out on some loot here if you get, but you might get the you have the dot tags. That'd be nice. Indeed. Well, let's get the hell out of here. It's only a model. Poking some faces at. I'm already gonna get set up for next run. I'll just run that. Let's actually run it as a it's just a obliterate striker.
Torres is on her way.
Still definitely get this one.
Torres is in position.
And we're gonna get the next one. That'll be too late. But yeah, let's make it cinematic for our friends in the chopper. Because you just see somebody down there, kind of like that. Kind of like we see Comic just unloading. And yeah, we got our 208, the full complement of
Nice
dog
work.
tags, which is always what we kind of want to go for. But yeah, if you spawn east and west is only when we can, so it was nice for
Safe
us to
area
get
entered.
all of them. Before I head that way, I'm gonna go grab demo here as well.
An agent has reconnected.
I'll also just take the pulse.
What can I do for you?
Let's actually check our ending worth keeping. Dawson. Everything's tossable. Well, I'm guessing Kestrel, you're out for the next ones, right? But then, yeah, for everybody else, just joins back up on me who wants to join. We're doing all 3 events. Countdown for the currencies, not for the currencies. You only get 2 more. So if we had done all 3 of the minor or like the non-main objectives, we would have gotten 210 instead of 208. The dog tags and extraction are the 2 big things that really like matter for the for that. Nobody left behind, yeah. And if anybody else wants to join us as well, let me know. We can just turn it into our own group again. Otherwise, if it's just the 4 of us, we'll just matchmake with us and then maybe get a little bit quicker in it. Here's why she said, am I set up? Yeah, because it's the SMG setup. So how much crit chance am I on? 30. So we're kind of using here, because I've also set this thing up to just be crit damage mods on the
Another agent is now
on
in
the
your
Lexington,
group.
and then kind of Retribution and the Coyotes. There's 40 with the Coyotes, and then that's a decent whisper. Because yeah, Kessel, you were good, right? Or did you want to join for one more as well? Big bad beans, indeed. Single digit currency after that, yeah. Well, it's literally 2. It gives you, well, it gives you 1, and then that gets doubled by extraction to 2. And then yeah, let's just matchmake this one. Gun heroic, of course, but maybe we'll get a. Very likely it'll put us on our own team, but if it doesn't, we'll go in a little quicker.
You have received an invite to another
No,
agent's
Comic
group.
yelling that at was the more like they were unloading their minigun
have
at
left the group.
extraction.
You are now in a
They
group.
put us into. I'm guessing these 2 are in a clan together. Oh, actually, they're not in the same clan, but is this somebody dual boxing? I mean, they're very, very similar names there. Yeah, true peace. Yeah, don't. Especially not against the Fox's Prayer. This spot. Just don't. Actually, Tiny is exactly 6.5K. Trojan is about to also be 6699 almost. I don't know. Waiting for backfill. I'm not the leader anyway. What I can do actually, just maybe make a few of these masks. Maybe we'll get it, and then. Well, I might still keep it on it for a little bit. See if I can get that backbone maybe for this. And I'm like, yeah, actually. But yeah, there is indeed. You guys just one more point more, and it's also on challenging or heroic. Basically, the 3 objectives are worth 1 point or 1 requisition each, and then extraction doubles that to 2 for each of them. But the hunter dog tags are the thing you definitely wanna get. Adulate again. Yeah, I'll be fine. Hopefully no disconnects here.
Communication relay offline.
That one we always get.
Hyenas have taken over the power plant and triggered the lockdown procedures.
No.
Be careful, Agent.
No crashes there.
Last thing we need is an RC bomb in a nuclear reactor.
Yeah, kind of like the inviting or something. Jumping around.
We need to shut down the broken transformers and restore the power grid.
Right, we're spawning across from each other, but yeah, let's
Reactor
not.
unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated.
Let's not try to
15 minutes
affect that in
lockdown.
any way. We'll have close range buff on the middle.
Probability of instability
So
or
a little
overloading
bit.
the power grid.
I'll get the button already just for our quicker extract or like getting out of here quicker in a sec. I like the white grenade launcher look
System
together with
malfunctioning.
the with the white ACS as well, kind of, and then the blue Lexington as well. Okay, so yeah, we got 3, they got 3.
System restored.
Containment admin by the look of things, yeah. No, the game doesn't this guy. It's mostly
Target should be
here
nearby.
for countdown. Although for myself, I haven't had much in issues with countdown. Definitely have a crash here or there, but yeah, we have especially Agilite kind of. Oftentimes queuing at the same time, kind of doing sniping. Or maybe not. Maybe just, you know, we're on the same cycle sometimes as well. But yeah, they have been like crashing out a bunch at the start. The countdown is definitely the last place that is still a little bit, especially with close range extractions. It
High
can
value
be.
target detected.
the armor.
High value target
Can be a little
neutralized.
bit hit or
High-risk
miss,
target
especially
detected.
a lot of miss.
Area secure.
One of the stats there. And then yeah, the obvious one of going admin, especially as well, main is turbine against lab would make no sense. In any case, you're gonna mark admin and just follow the Isaac line. I need to take out. And what am I farming for? Happiness, joy, pleasure. Although yeah, we can't target for those here, so maybe not the right play. No, we're just kind of doing some countdowns and just I am farming for a Langmo mass just for somewhere over the weekend. We're gonna do build showcase, and yeah, I would need a Langmo mask. If there's already a Coyote in the team, that would be like
Shade tech
the
detected.
optimal piece to slot in instead of the Coyote, and then go sacrifice, so you get like best of both worlds. That's just the piece I still need. I'll likely craft for it as well later. But in this case as well, somebody else could use a backbone, so while I'm farming for mine, I'm also keeping an eye out for a double red backbone.
Hostile sniper turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected. Hostile striker drone detected.
Some more crit chance, crit damage, yeah, but specifically a mask, so I can record it to red. And the loot's in the offices.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Redirect excessive power to stabilize power distribution.
Actually, back the anyway. I should yeah, sure. It's down.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Gonna sell this with mushroom. I have a lot of stuff to also craft with. I'm just farming it first a lot of.
Area secure.
If we get it this way, we get
You
it
should be
this
able to
way.
access the
Otherwise,
turbine
I'll
now.
just craft for it. The mask isn't too hard to get, so me having like the 500 parts that I have, I'll likely get it that way. Worst case as well, we'll just keep farming for it. Also, it's like another needed piece, really. I just want to have it just in case we kind of... I might run that bestie in a group setting just for something. Just will most likely make a mission or something with it, which we oftentimes do with build showcase as well. As for the rest of it, that Coyote is just too valuable for solo. Also, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Langmo isn't up this week. You can also always just check the vendor site.
An agent has gone offline.
Agent,
That's
you
a
reached the
weird
turbine.
place to
I need you to
crash,
fix the
but-
power grid.
That will likely as well activate, yeah, enemy modifiers here now.
You're in. We need to switch the power over to the new grid.
Not big deal.
Warning. Fault detected with transformers. Safety
Version
protocols
refuses to
activated.
sacrifice and GIF, you know, that's why there's a new meta.
You're gonna need to
It's not
expose
per
the
se a new
transformers and
meta.
remove any busted fuses.
Also, Incursion
Surge imminent.
isn't the place for that, I would say.
To protect against accidental
Like, there's so much chip damage happening
What the
that
hell was
vigilance
that?
is, like,
I think the
not
floor's
up,
a-
really.
Watch your step, Agent.
Redirect excessive power to
And for right,
stabilize
it's fine.
power distribution.
But yeah, Glass will never just be a general meta.
High risk target
As much
detected.
as I like it as well and stuff. But yeah, no, sacrifice gift is definitely a pick to go for. But I wouldn't do it for incursion unless you're like really sure of yourself. Because glass also has a dent.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
And especially as well, you would be so much more annoying to heal for the healer with the gas of right. Like when with the gas explosion, you'll eat so much more there. You'll eat so much
Looks
more
good. Now you just need to switch over to the new grid. This may take a while.
healing for the lovebird fight as well.
Hostile shock trap detected.
Wait, did the name just so everybody kind of bunched up on there to avoid the shock, of course, but then the name just put a shock trap there. I like that thing.
Medical assistance needed.
But yeah, definitely running glass chest is like, you know, obliterate being a bunch less. Normal glass, perfect glass, both are like much more usable than they used to be. Hey, we have completed our search. And also it's not too terrible, that one. Close enough to for us to use. And staying on the stairs, just I don't want to get shocked.
Power grid stable.
Good work, Agent.
East and west
You
and
saved the
north. Okay.
Move to
north.
extraction point. Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
It also means that it is actually a close range extraction, so we might see someone dropping. Also, I didn't get the small box. Let's look at that. Crap. Yes, but I'm not disputing that. I just wanted to do a bunch of Candace. Well, so we got it there. So it worked there. Walk with chest for EVP. Is there a setup where it uses Walker chest specifically? Because I can go for that second bonus, but usually I have more than enough bonuses outside of. Yeah, outside of those basically. Triggered my all outs
System curtailed.
with long range. So let's get a little bit closer so we got better accuracy.
System reactivated. An agent is back online. Vital signs critical.
Could have gone around the corner, but yeah,
Agent
because it was trying to get me out of it.
System
as well.
disrupted.
Just because we went in the same car belt there. That was of course not intentional on anybody's.
When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
System back online. Serious trauma detected.
Also, I generally to craft as well. Yeah, I
An
wouldn't need
agent
it to be
needs
on a
assistance.
vendor, which I don't believe it is this week. Sacrifice as well. Not particularly now as well though. Like just sacrifice gift. It's a decent combo for strikers, with the backpack being a little bit less. If you're going glass, or if you want to go glass, that's overall one of the better ways. But vigilance is still always, you know, vigilance is vigilance. So you do need to consider its uptime. Another option is as well unstoppable force, especially, but I feel with that kind of setup, you're kind of going for the upfront damage anyway, and then not having it be on the first kill as well. Kind of, yeah. I feel at that point I would just go to backpack anyway. Don't try again. Yeah. Well, we're at least I'm on a cooldown for an overcharge, so unless somebody else did it. Seems to work. Seems to have worked. Sure of myself, I live in constant state of fear. Have you considered not doing that? Can't use myself. Yeah, I think as well. I heard the sound and I it's kind of like tapped the pulse, but yeah, I think it was jammed as well. Yeah, that would have indeed reset the house. Which, if nothing else, is a very useful thing. And the axe to the face.
Let's get you home.
Although sometimes the price you pay for playing aggressive. Yeah. But there as well, like getting downed is not an issue. Getting killed is, but we'll make sure to not get killed. Yeah, I'll just do. Cinematic exit.
Keep working together like that, and we may actually keep the lights on this winter.
Anyway, 184, 100 less than the maxed, because yeah, each side got 3 of them, basically. Wait, actually, they fired a nemesis somewhere at around 800. Is there a trickery you can kind of get that to happen? That seems a little broken. But also, yeah, you wouldn't be able, like, is it the min shot then? Would it be firing continuously the min shot? Yes.
Another agent has joined your group.
I'll get that other one. And actually, I'll share it over here.
Another agent is now in your group. Another agent has joined your group.
I'm sure there was a need to capture it. No, my channel included the full rings and nemesis opera. Okay. Yeah, I mean there's
Another agent is now in your group.
There's a bunch of glitches that exist. If you kind of even look around on YouTube and stuff, you will find a bunch. The best thing to do is just report them. It isn't a guarantee, but like that's what we can do, and just don't stick around with them too much. It's just, out of curiosity is fine, but then in the past we have seen as well people alongside of people using the glitch getting banned and stuff. Although you just once or such, like that's not gonna flag anybody. If there's anybody out there that wants to join us, because likely we'll do just one more. This will be our last one. But yeah, if anybody's interested in joining us, just let me know. We'll get you in here. Otherwise, we'll get going in a second. Actually, this character doesn't have that. I was gonna go like Maybe we grab a sacrifice gift. Oh yeah, Enrage wants to join. Yeah, let's turn it into our own group. We'll get Enrage in here as well.
You have left the group.
Everybody can
Another agent has joined
load
your
in.
group.
No retreat. Yeah, I mean, we just should always. If they get reported enough, likely some action hopefully will be taken against them at some point. As much as, you know, we go like, they don't do anything about them. Some of the, you know, we see some people having to have new accounts and stuff. Yeah, let's get Enrage in here. You know what, we'll put,
Another agent
identity,
is now in your
Trojan
group.
and Tiny. And we'll put Pomik on that side to kind of have 2 people on that side, 3 of us on this side. Let me check if I missed anybody else's. Yeah. 4-piece Slingmo firing that against MG. Yeah, that sounds about how most of those cheats look. Oh yeah, this could be one thing as well. Good thing I kind of made sure to kind of triple check there.
Another agent has joined your group.
Did I miss anybody else? No. You know what? We'll do 3 and 3. We'll put Skippy on that side as well. And then yeah, whoever we get, we get.
Another agent is now in your group.
Filled up pretty quick. That's fine. It's not, they won't help much, but it's fine. Hoping they're not actually running their drone build. They're 2K. They likely know, right? They'll likely know, right? In the business, we call this foreshadow. So I never get to see hackers. Oh, there's, I mean, not that kind of hacking, but there's definitely plenty of, you know, exploits being used even on the console. PC. The console ones don't seem to fare much better, because keep in mind as well, like, yeah, there's some cheating part to that, but there's also some bugginess part to it. Although since the reset, they seem to have been much better. But there's plenty of times where the game kind of just, even on the leaderboard sense, kind of bugs out and just gives people like weird times and stuff.
Last thing we need is an RC bomb in a nuclear reactor.
Okay. Check on this. See.
We need to restrict access and secure the nuclear waste.
No, I've seen the like, unless it's like something very special, but yeah, they can basically fire at infinite fire rate, so that's also why they kind of use the harder hitting weapons like that. And then,
Commence operational lockdown procedures.
and usually they can also just shoot through walls, so you just see them just firing and just everything dies in the distance. Close the distance, get some stacks. I know, let's go link up. Because, yeah, we spawned east-west. So, couldn't there. Also, a reactor admin by the look of things. For in a second on the other side. Let's go.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Oh. That's one way to deal with
Hostile hive detected.
what is
An
happening.
agent is no longer in your group. System.
Because yeah, he killed his own team there. His whole team basically there died because of him. Because he put out a turret. And instead of me just trying to shoot that turret, I have the option to just make him disappear.
System restored.
And by making him disappear, we're making it easier for ourselves. Although likely that will turn on the modifiers as well. I don't know. Oh, but yeah, if you're 2K, you're joining a heroic content and you're doing that at the start. That's the result of it. Like, you should expect nothing but that. Yeah, reactor admin. Actually, I'm curious to see. I've never seen what the result. Although kick would just be like leave, right? So I'm guessing these guys will have enemy modifiers.
Tech
Yeah.
detected.
I'll just have to deal with that. It's fine.
Hostile striker drone detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected.
I'm just gonna shoot this thing a little bit just to get some stacks off of it. And I do want to get in it just to. Oh, there. Once we've captured it, or once it's kind of flipped to neutral already, we can actually stack on it. It says somebody else shooting there.
Hostile
But it's only when it's
turret
hostile.
detected.
I'm gonna go help on that side. Like here. No, it was good, yeah.
High-risk target approaching.
That's the downside of doing it that way, but I just didn't even want to figure out where his turret and stuff was. Like, the kick will instantly remove him, and then also his skill, so that was just a safe way. Although, actually, if I had forgotten that, yeah, I would turn on modifiers. If I kind of had thought it through, I would have maybe just left it.
Area secure.
Although I will just deal with the enemies having that. Did I even check for chests? I don't think I even checked. It's next up admin, but I think I got the chest right. Oh, it was there. Yeah. The one that has this hero positions. Just quick. Oh yeah, it's like that is definitely the case. We don't want that during extraction. That would be even worse. But yeah, there are rare times when somebody actually kind of proves why there's a
10
strong
minutes to lock down. Evacuate the
dislike
facility.
towards turrets and drones being around and stuff. And yeah, them just deploying it right in front of a hunter is special. Yeah, there's from time to time against him. I mean, yeah. But there as well, it's just reporting him a lot. But the thing is, they'll just come back in with a new account.
Agent incapacitated.
Flames there made it. My true goal was to get there. Kill the warhounds here especially. Because that will end the waves.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
And the crates underneath.
Area secure.
Agent, you can access the waste area. Do me a favor and take a decontamination shower before you come back to base.
Let's cross all the way back, all the way to containment again. Well, actually, because I kind of need SMGs still. Actually, just take those. Actually, I'm gonna exit here so we can take the shortcut, and that'll be much faster here. Because if you don't know about it, there's this shortcut here, which actually does make this one of this faster exit. You just jump over the railing there. And hey there, Renee. I know this will be my last one, unless we like fail or crash or stuff like that. I do one more, but kind of need to get up decently early tomorrow. Tomorrow I have a long day, and then I'll be back on the weekends. So, oh, it's not fast enough to find this skill, yeah.
Agent, you've reached the waste area.
And that's
I
also
need
the
you to secure
downside
the
to like
radioactive
when they
material
deploy
to
it there.
override the
It's just
lockdown protocols.
you're in the middle of fighting something a lot more dangerous, and then they just add to your issues, basically.
Radiation detected. Initiating safety protocol.
We need to secure that tank and get it back into the sarcophagus.
That's even more so than other things nowadays. SHD means nothing. That's 2K could literally mean starting this season, getting a bunch out of the 5 times, a little bit out of the 2-3 times. I'll get you 2K. That's why I'm very much like not too much in favor of those.
Target approaching.
At least being further than. Oh, yeah, so at least yeah, you can start just stack strikers on those. Even before, like, you know, before they're available, you can just shoot them and just get strikers there. Making it pretty handy. Yeah, the box is south, which is on that side. Let's maybe get it real quick. So get these real quick.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Lethal radiation levels detected. Lockdown protocols in effect.
Great work. Now just seal that bunker and stop exposing your team to not-so-low doses of radiation.
Radiation detected at acceptable level. Incoming. High risk hostile. Agent down. Hostile stinger hive detected.
One
Good
of the
work,
things
Agent.
is
You saved the plant.
when you're also getting
Move to
stinger
extraction
hived
point.
is like there
When
I
you're
was
ready to
like,
come home,
oh,
shoot off a
pulse, and
flare.
I'll see where it is. But yeah, you kind of have a red hue, and then the outline of that thing is also kind of red. It's one of the reasons I actually have colorblind mode on, because in that one you would kind of see the outline of the hive. And I wish we had that option without having to turn colorblind mode on, to have just the outline of skills and stuff. Because one of the main reasons I don't use the colorblind mode is, one, first everybody would just like, why is everything green or purple or blue instead of green? Well, I'll just wait at the gate at the end here. I should pop ammo as well. The second one is actually, it does make the contrast in colors of the other colors, it's kind of, yeah, makes it kind of worse, which is kind of not pleasing to the eye, I feel, for myself. I would love to have this as just that outlet. Would have helped there, for instance. I don't know. Make sure everybody's kind of bunched up together. What am I missing? Is it the random? Ah, yeah. Let's go get started with. he's still getting he's getting his stuff is still, yeah. At some point we need to actually engage here. Actually, I'm gonna set up for Faraday as well. Yeah.
Systems. Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Alright, charge here. Sorry, 10 that.
System back
Can't really
online.
find a good long range kill on this. Get those out of the air.
Hostile restore hive detected. System curtailed.
Load up 4 of those.
System restored.
Coming your way.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Gonna cross over here.
System malfunctioning. Agent deceased.
I'll reach fully down.
System back online.
Okay, that'll work.
An agent has left your group.
Yeah, I think Enrage got double down there.
I'm pinned down here.
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal tourists.
I wish I just had reversal set at that point, because I couldn't really make all out work with this one. Be sure to get all your loots. I'm just gonna make sure to
Torres inbound on your location.
call
Hold
it in
tight.
on time.
She'll get you home. Ready for extraction.
Making sure that we get the dog tags especially as well. There's a little gas, yeah. This one can kind of get that way. It's mostly down to... It's easy to get kind of spread out like we were there. And yeah, make sure to get in on time. It's 14, 13, 12. Scoops. Don't think Scooby's gonna make it. Or he might just barely make it. Yeah, that's good. That's just
You
that.
saved the plant. That was impressive.
So yeah, a little messy there, but you know, anyone we can walk away from. 184 there for me at least. And yeah, we'll have to go back in and get to be extracted one
Area
other day.
detected.
Oh yeah, for today we'll just leave it there. That was gonna be my last one, even though it's kind of messy one. Okay, when we don't round
You
it
are
out on
now
that one.
group leader.
But yeah, it's gonna be.
Another agent has joined your group.
That was the last one. Um, let me catch up here for a second. Indeed, another KIA. It's also why I can never really join any armed forces. I would very much, be setting myself up to. Kia is KIA. Yeah, that would just not end well for me, I feel. Glitch into a one to push sure things at the time. Okay. I didn't catch exactly where you were there, but it's in some shares here. I got some nice amounts. Although yeah, feel free to hang on to those and rage if you need them yourself. Because I think myself as well, Shock is one of the ones that like even this character has like 4 of them. I'm kind of full on those, but if somebody else actually wants these, and if somebody else needs some Shock mods and stuff, because we generally just don't. I've been kind of actually considering getting rid of a lot of the, because we used to always like keep like 3 of the mods. Nowadays, getting to 100 hazard protection is some simple that it ends up not being really needed.
Thanks.
Get rid of these. Yeah, let me see if I miss anything. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of got out of there. Also, yeah, I didn't get my active off either, so kind of down on the damage, but we got out of there still. Oh yeah, Enrage and Scooby didn't get all of it, but
You are no longer in a group.
hopefully still enough to have had some fun. And thanks though for Rage for offering. Yeah, we're gonna end it off there. I'm gonna actually in the background go and find ourselves somebody to raid on the Twitch end, as we always do. Let's see, we go with, there is nobody I'm following that is in the same category. So let's just go into the same category and kind of have a peek here. Oh, and Hater Tasty. And yeah, GG's all around indeed. And yeah, thanks for everybody who jumped in and helped out there a little bit. And actually, yeah, I did get the item I was looking for, so I'm feeling pretty lucky as well anyway. Let me quickly kind of look in the category, who is around, if we can kind of see anybody that I go like, you know what, we'll raid this person, because mostly I just want to raid somebody English speaking, and then preferably as well PvEing or something in the Division 2 category. Is not even what is that? Let's check this person and let's check this person, and we'll likely pick one of them as our oh, okay. So some Foo Fighters there.
Rogue status removed.
I got there. DZing. Yeah, let's go with a person I've never really watched any of their content, but Captain Buzzkill with X's in front of it. We'll just rate them. We'll take a chance, as none of the regulars are available. And yeah, I won't be back tomorrow evening, as I normally would say at this point. I would go like, I'll be back tomorrow evening. I won't be, work is starting up again, so I'll be at work. Forgetting how to raid, apparently. But I'll be back on Saturday, and we'll continue on from from there. As I'm trying to find that person here on this list, but of course he doesn't show up on this list. Let's just search this way. Yeah, that works. Yeah, let me catch up on if there's anything I missed here. But yeah, GG's all around. Yeah, thanks everybody for jumping in and jumped in on those countdowns. But also thanks everybody watching. Also, if you haven't seen it yet, the killer video, the video kind of about killer's activation rate, kind of talking about the concept and stuff, which yeah, as a concept existed like forever and such. But you know, it's more of those like really in-depth things that we just don't often bring up. But I wanted to kind of put it in a video again, or put it in a video just to kind of talk about it again. And then, you know, it's been a while since it's been in the main discussion. So, and then maybe in the future we'll actually go even much more in depth in it, because this was just a rambling talk. I'm also going to edit together the pistol and the MR videos that we've already recorded as well, kind of like with today. They'll go up kind of in due time, likely the pistol on Sunday and such, and then we'll on Sunday record the bestie one, and then kind of that'll go after, and then the MR, and then character 4 and stuff. So kind of building up a buffer for myself. But for now, yeah, let's go raid onto this guy. We'll see. We'll just take a chance out there. And yeah, I'll be back on Saturday. Definitely in the evening. We'll see how I kind of feel about. It's going to be a long day, so if I kind of feel okay, I'll come after on the afternoon as well. But likely only the evening, and then yeah, Sunday I do want to do afternoon and evening, and we'll yeah, Sunday I definitely want to do the bestie build showcase, the bestie Lingmo setup, the high-end setup. So yeah, hope to catch some, if not all of you then. For now, enjoy Captain Buzzkill. I'll be back Saturday. And as always, have a good night.